where's the real fucking floor? Who the fuck is this guy right here?
Hey, I'm the fun one, man.
Any games, mando anything.
Xavier?
I don't care if it's fucking high school basketball.
I don't care, it's just middle school.
Ryder, send on at the dealership ready to downgrade his truck. I was like, partner, I'm not even taking your shoe off. Don't worry about it.
Did you win? Oh, can you tell them this one? 5?
Straddle?
Leave us starting with 325.
No, it's 900.
Yeah.
Whatever.
How'd you do? You won?
Shut the fuck up.
Alright, good luck, boys.
That's an expensive grocery partner.
Yeah.
Look at that. Damn. Not even me, I got a family of 4. You didn't lose a hand? You didn't lose one hand?
Damn.
Player run.
The whole fun.
New cards, right?
Or there's no music. There was never any music.
Alright, we got
Maybe you fucking play music in your head.
Oh, we have new cards?
It's cold.
Cash out. See it open.
Hey, these are new cards, right?
no, they're not.
No, 100%.
No, it's 3. Alright, 3 calls.
Yeah, we didn't fucking do it to you.
Oh, I picked up here the first freaking, the first card.
5 calls, 6
The leader got here. Well, when the leader comes in, he's worried about his Red Bull over everything else.
2 goes to 25.
Allow, that's a bet you do on time. $25 that corner? 200? COVID.
Alright, head up.
The sound effect might have been a little green. Robert Beckett was playing on here before.
Who?
Robert Beckett.
Who the fuck is that?
The guy that wears the fedora. Old man. Not old man, but he sits in the middle all the time.
Where?
Here. Yeah, I'm on right. Stuff like that. He was always eating and like he fucking gets crumbs everywhere. Dude, you don't know who Robert Beckett is?
I mean, I probably play with him.
I know you've seen him.
Yes?
Yeah, I know you've seen him.
Fedora.
Hey, can we get like a...
Roxy's typing in. Wait, what's your door?
Please, well,
Do something, I think. You have a 15-minute lag.
I know, goddamn. Running around and shit.
Check.
Check 2.
Yeah.
7 high. Wow, 10 high. 100 and a call.
Quick call. You run out with that.
Snap. Snap call. Oh, hey, he had 5-6.
I had 7-6.
Hey, he had 7-6. Yeah, give me 5.
7-6? 7-6, 5-6, ace. That's call.
That 4-3.
Barrels.
Barrels. How much? 300 buying for you.
Hey, thanks for the game, Wando. I think he's calling.
That. They can't come to the...
You want me to do it?
Yeah, buddy of mine.
Huh? With them
There's
today?
a button shell for 10.
Texas?
I lost track of where they are. I don't Really? give a fuck about the map.
Ooh, Tech.
I really don't.
Oh.
Partner, we went from being number 5 in the West. Ever since we traded Luka, fucking Kyrie gets hurt. AD goes down like a second.
I'm gonna go get white.
We have a bunch of
2 folds.
scraps.
3 call. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Oh, hit and run.
8 fold.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, yeah, hey. You gonna start playing pool?
Yeah, and 5.
Check. C1.
Ah.
Check in. Check in.
badass. Not on that.
Talking about other views.
Wait, like 10-9?
Oh, okay, so that's probably what they were referring to.
Huh? Oh, okay, no, it was P90. Turns to 9. Also, was like, actually, I like, 10-9? That's the only fuck you're doing, nothing.
That was a good one.
Oh, man. We should have heard that one.
He doesn't have hands.
This guy wins one hand, he's already talking shit. Fuck's going on over there? We're gonna talk to the chest part.
What's your chest?
Little ass.
Little ass boy.
I wanted to get in there, but I only had 600 in my name. Tuesday night.
Yeah, fucking on the phone that they got.
Yeah, but every night's gonna be like 100 free.
Yeah, I
I
want to
can't be on the phone.
see some fucking hands.
Check device power.
No sé, le dije a María, no
Not
sé.
connecting to it.
Seven, can you stamp these?
Okay.
The person who laid that haircut. The person who laid that haircut. I don't have.
Call seven.
I don't think I've ever sent you one. The board single out that closer.
Raise to, what's that, 100? 100 from 7, and a call from 9. Adam. I'll win from 7 and a call from 9.
You go. Yeah, we always have to count the owners thing. Mando, can we get all in buttons? All in buttons?
All in one.
Like 5 with this lineup.
Here we go.
Lot.
7, 9, 8.
Hey!
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you, Kenny.
Kenny's here?
Huh? He was with us for a little.
Oh, was that Kenny on the phone? Get a haircut.
Arrows.
That can get haircut.
300 add on.
No, when he was moving, like I saw like a quick glance and the person had like a suspect on the side.
Morel.
Yeah. You know what? I'll check for you.
I would check, but
I know, that's why. I got it.
Hey, what you bet?
big blind group.
Huh? What are you guys?
Hey, you bet Texas.
10 on the button.
What are we sweating? I want to share with you. I know, but what's the number?
Georgie. ¿Qué te vas?
Hey, hold on.
Oh, hell no, not these teams.
Hey, Georgie, are we playing the small play game or
I'm in.
are we gonna do the stand-up game? Stand-up game?
That was thank you. 7 deuce blow.
Alright, so we'll do this game.
25. 6 bets 35, 7 fold, 8 call.
Y'all wanna play the 7 deuce game?
I'm down to play whatever.
I wanna play 7 deuce.
I'll pay the others. I won't pay 7 deuce.
Oh, call.
9 call.
Whatever you want. Why? You scared to bluff?
No, it's 7 deuce and everybody's gonna go all in.
And then if you have a good hand, you catch them.
So small play game?
35.
Yeah, I guess I'll play small play game.
But you can do the other one. You want one?
Oh, I want stand up.
No, it's not stand
You got
up.
a chip, partner.
You get a chip.
I'm down for the stand-up game.
It's the same shit with
Yeah, stand up game's pretty cool.
Yeah. So what is it?
There, you okay with it? Huh?
I'll play small 35 out.
So it's not like Herb is agreeing? I don't want to stand up.
Partner, my knee is fat. You get that fucking shit.
Bro, hold on. We were talking about boxing or some shit, and we started discussing like, oh yeah, you have to do this, you have to do that. He's like, man, partner, just talking about it, I'm getting fucking tired.
That's for massage. That's for massage.
He literally asked for a massage, and then he's like, I need to fight somebody with a massage. My back's starting to hurt. I'm like, bro, we just start time with that part.
When I went to train with Champ, oh, then I was like, stood up straight. He's like, nah, you gotta bend down. You gotta get in your stance. Yeah,
Bro, dude, I swear to God, he goes, I need to find a massage where my back's hurting. Just talking about it, he's like, yeah.
Champ,
Bro,
here, though, right?
Ruby comes up and she's like, how much do you want? 10, 20 minutes? Like, just run it.
Keep it running until the pain goes away.
Ready, you're set?
Oh, yeah.
Queens?
Yeah.
Give me strips. Alright, here we go. Seven of spades. One time. 7, 9.
No, 7 is big. There's
No heart? No heart out there?
What the?
That's gonna be a king.
What the fuck? You're
he allowed to do
fucking
that?
lying, bro.
I want you to call that.
Hey, bro. No.
Bro, he called both cards.
Bro. No, bro. Hey,
What?
Chuck. Nah.
Hey guys, I'll be here all night. I'll be here all night.
No, we cannot. Who the fuck is this guy, bro?
I'm like on super. Match stack right here.
No, you can buy it whatever you want.
700.
700.
I'll take a drink. What about?
740.
Barrels.
Jack and Coke, please.
Hey, give me a.
How much you want?
I'll buy his first one.
700 behind 6.
Chill. La careta de.
Super chill.
Everybody else?
What's
No,
in his
stop.
hand?
No, stop. No. You know what tilted me more was the cause, bro.
Me too. That's what I want to do. About 7.
And I wasn't even in the hand, bro.
Guys,
I need to do 7, 9, Jack, Queen.
He's like 4. If he would have called the 7, it would have came. He didn't call the 7 for you. He didn't call the 7 for you.
Alright, that's up. The small play game started.
small game. All right.
He did not call the 7 for you.
25.
No, so that's why I just announced it.
We know he's good.
We know what he has.
We know he's good over there.
Don't worry. I'll do it for you.
25 and 9.
You want me to play cards? I'll
Hey,
call
why are you sitting these guys together?
9, 25. Me versus the dick. You don't think I knew he was going to have 2? I was impressed. I knew.
80.
80.
How was the Mavericks Page game on Channel 4?
What's it?
Yeah. Put 4, partner. It's KGBT. Like, nobody gives a fuck about the news.
Oh, baby.
What the fuck? That's weird. Never seen that. Like, it's not a final game. What the fuck?
So you feel like you're bracket ready?
I have, partner.
Call 80.
What you got winning it off?
You know.
It's on you.
We can go with the
Duke?
No. We're going with
I'm sorry, call 9.
the mighty Auburn Tigers.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Auburn Tigers. They got the best player in the country if it's not fucking Cooper Flag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
700 behind.
6 1 admin?
You have 80, right?
620 behind?
Five points. Check. Check 6. All in from 9. So 1. It's 225.
On the 5?
Four, six. Yes. Here we go.
Jack. It's coming.
Ace high.
It's good, partner.
Ace five.
Super team.
I would have lost 2.
God.
Yes. Thank you, Joe.
I'm playing high low, partner.
Barrels, 300 add-on.
Thank you.
Rush!
Alright, we're over 118. Can I have 80 bucks, please?
This is it, right?
That doesn't play with yes.
That's Dallas right there, partner.
And then a nickel on the button. Too.
Yeah, he said the Dallas game. Right, Drew?
Is it half the picture?
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. 300 by 9. Ugh.
Bye, Drew.
Oh, yeah. Somebody remind me of that shit.
This one, like, please.
12, 9. 15 from 1.
Damn.
He's really good.
2, 4,
Just paying my yourself up, partner. Everybody looks at me money right now.
6, 4, 7. 4, 8. Head up. Check 1. Check 5.
That's okay. I just turned my phone off.
Check 1. 5 plus 20. Fold more.
Hey, you like that?
Hey, Derek. Yeah, he's going to Vegas.
You like today?
What is that? Sale?
Today?
Straddle 6 from 1.
One more thing.
5, 6.
I'm gonna go back to the casino right now.
Third time this
2,
year.
4, 3, 4, 4.
No family for me.
5, 4, 6. Okay.
What? Who's here? What waitress is here?
You ain't get a massage?
Yes.
No, I want to know.
Fold 7.
Where?
8.
You gonna put on a shelf for us?
9.
You gonna let the girl put on the shelf for us?
And 25.
Ah.
25. 8, 9. Had 3 players.
I see that flat. You guys are like, oh, we got a flat tire. That's what you use a jack for.
Jack four.
1.
You're gonna say that.
Oh. No,
And
it's not.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on a playback and 8. Got a flat tire slot. That's what you use a jack for.
8.
Call him correct.
I agree.
Yeah, he says it all the time. Anytime jack
No,
four.
Robert. He's going to say something, Robert.
No. You want to bet? What you making tips tonight?
I'm out. Check 8.
I'm out.
Check 1.
You have the small money.
70.
Whoa!
You reminded me.
Wow.
You got a shelf mark.
Yes.
Or not.
What? I did not.
Hey, he owes
Yeah, at least 20 bucks.
To who?
the spot, the next spot. Reminded me.
There should be a rule for
What's
that.
the rule? What is the rule?
I
There
don't
is no
know.
rule.
We're about to make one now.
The rule is the person that has the most chips right on the table has got to give everybody 25 chips. Somebody gets reminded.
That's cute.
Are you the only one you're the only one that can make jokes?
How much is the high hand right now?
1.
Oh shit. Actually, you can find out now.
Oh.
I'll find out, but I'm gonna lose it.
Ace king is good for a high hand?
8.
Ace king high?
Do the both.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. On a playback. And 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. On a playback. Yeah. He says it all the time. Anytime Jack 4.
4-2, 4-3, 4-4, 4-5 for the 6.
You went for 6.
Okay. That's gonna be hard for me. Yes. 20 from 7, that's 20. 8 fold, 9 fold.
Hey, get the high hand.
9 fold. I'm not gonna do it. Right, I understand.
Gracias.
No.
With me or what?
I think the other one's,
Either?
you're probably getting massage.
Yeah, that's why they have all the good butters right here. So.
Yeah, Freedom.
That's your $5.
Ruben. $5.
Stop.
Damn.
Yeah.
3 call, 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. Can y'all scan please?
Cool.
6
I
fold.
do not get 5 seconds. System is slow.
7 goes to 10. 8 call, 9 fold, 1 fold. 2 call. Yes, 4 players. Yeah, go ahead.
Calling Bill right now.
8 call, 2 call. 4 players.
Yeah.
2 check. 3 check. 7 bets 10. 3 call. 2 fold. 0 fold.
I had everywhere else in the club to do that shit. Fuck that.
Alright, your call. Turn around again. Oh, you make sure the food. I think you want to massage. Yeah, I know supposed to go.
Who had the Ford?
Fucking nuts there over here. They got it on their face. Pocket pairs. Pocket jacks. Pocket fours. The spider against spider. Oh no, yeah, pocket jacks. Yeah, pocket jacks.
Goes to 25. Fold. 5. New screen tag. Yes. 4 call, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 call. 4 players.
What did Andrew say that the over-under was for the first half? 118. It's at 132. 3 minutes into the third. Think they hit it?
It's close.
That's a sweat, right?
I think that's pretty close, actually.
Head up.
Who's that back? Well, I couldn't tell you who number 23 is. That guy with the ball.
4 bucks, 10.
Just saved my life. Last name is Jones. Couldn't tell you his first name.
I would bet it.
$30 from 4.
Devontae.
Devontae.
Akeem.
Akeem. I know that guy. Spencer Dinwiddie.
Is he good?
He's alright. We had him before, then he got shipped off to Washington, and then he came back to DC. So active roster for the NBA is 15, Georgie? Active roster for NBA is 15. There was one day, all the injuries that the Mavs had, they suited up 7 players in one game, bro.
What's the minimum?
As long as you have 5, you can fucking play. But the 7 players that they had suited up on their bench, 5 starting to the bench, was the least amount of players in the NBA to play a game.
So what happens if they have 6? Foul trouble, foul trouble. They have nobody to sub.
Start going down.
Huh?
So like it's plays with 5
They
players.
do?
5 on 4, and then it goes.
Get the fuck out.
They can't start with 4, but they can play with 4 and they play with 3.
Yeah.
Has it ever happened?
Oh yeah. You see a college highlight where a team was playing 5 on 1 because all their teams fouled out, and the guy's playing defense and he's fucking trying to like go to the ball and like the other team.
Stop.
I swear to God, look it up.
I would just stay in the paint and just be like, y'all can shoot whatever you want.
And what? 2 rebounders against you?
Fine.
You're better out trying to steal the ball.
Walks out. If I'm the coach, you crash the board. If that motherfucker gets a rebound, I'm stopping the game. We're all running. There's no way one guy can get out rebound 5 dudes. I'm calling timeout if I'm the coach. You never seen me play or?
Okay,
I have.
check 4.
You were gassed out 3 minutes into the session.
Yeah.
You did score 6 points though.
4, 4, 9.
That one game you played.
Oh, yeah. Dude, on the rough. Look at that dad bod. Who's talking to? What are you talking about? I forgot we played in that league, that's right.
Oh baby.
But dude. Oh, God. Need a few hands. A few? I need a few. 9-5, 5-4, 8-4, 5-3.
Oh, wow.
María.
Oh.
Dame mi plato. Mi plato. Sí. No.
Georgie going into the tank.
Oh,
Oh.
Ah! A6 is good.
Oh my god, you called one of his hands.
You're good.
8-4.
No, you're good. You're good.
He went on.
You can
Good.
Well, he needs you to do something because he called you.
Yeah.
5-3.
5-3 is one of them.
Oh my god.
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah, beat a few. 9-5, 8-4, 5-3, 5-4.
65.
How much?
65.
That's not fair. Oh.
That was not a good.
9 went all in and 1 call.
How do you make that call?
There's a few hands they beat.
I know, I was only up to 65.
Or you don't put him on a jack, a 6, a 7, a deuce.
No, he looked at my stack when he called the flop. See how much I had left. Go to check this all in. You go through all in.
What a rookie.
Fletcher's face right now is like, you call me with 10 hands.
No more haircuts for you, Georgie.
Like his price just doubled.
Okay. Well, Fletcher was covering the board. That's why.
Deal?
Fletcher covered board. Yeah, he covered.
Dude, card on.
C9. 4.
We come in sec?
Yeah.
the 15.
248.
Ah,
Oh, baby.
you don't make that call with more money, right, Georgie?
I don't know. I mean, 65 is a lot. 68, whatever it was. Partner, I called up the hands that you could possibly have. It's not like I was guessing.
You were. You guessed like 7 hands.
He gets 7 hands.
Seven.
Oh,
correct.
I know.
But
When he said 3-5, I was like, fuck.
But no, but that's a process.
When he said
That's a
3-5, I was
process
like,
of luck catching, though. If there's enough time that you think that he can have, then
I think he was trying to see my reaction. when he was calling out all those heads, he wanted to see what
It says there's a round number for the that was the nickel lot. 94 of that. I'm sorry, 99.
so we're good.
Yeah, 99.
We good or no?
Yep.
100.
Raise all of them. Yes. 2, 4, 3, 4. 4, 5.
Not here. You can sweat it. Sweat it. Sweat it.
Have 1 over.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen
No, I'm saying that's why I showed it.
Have 1 over. Had a queen.
Put Queen Jack out there.
No.
We can have a real sweat. That's good enough. All right, don't fucking put another face card. All right, that's a good. Now an 8. An 8's good.
4.
Oh, that's even better.
You don't think I have a jack under here?
All right, that's like
Yeah.
I have 5.
Oh,
You see?
another
I hope you have a
five.
9 in there.
Otro 5.
I hope you have a 9.
Otro 5.
Oh, I do.
Yeah!
Oh, fuck. I do have a jack.
Wait, I don't like this the way this game starts. Calling return and river cards over here, calling fucking hands that are
In his range.
Calling with 10 high. And then fucking, I hope you have a 9. Bink. It's great.
Sí, dile.
Leave us away like fuck.
Can you post
Mire, María. Lo que
I feel like I was seeing on that episode.
Arrows.
Do you think Drew wanna go sweat the game next door?
I don't know why. He said first half, it was already 3rd quarter.
barrels, please? Excuse me.
María.
Excuse me.
María, barrels.
Life 6 from 7.
Yeah, you go 5. Oh,
He doesn't know.
yeah, I forgot you don't play. So everybody endings on the button, $5. It keeps getting built up. As it builds up, only the small man can win. So right here, he can only win that. If he doesn't win the hand, it gets moved. He puts 5, he can win, and it keeps going.
20, 9 versus 20.
Si no quiero jugar ese, usted.
Oh fuck, you're right. I'll put it for you. I don't care.
You know what I'm saying?
A lo mejor.
It's so
You literally only use $5 a blind.
Yeah,
I mean, a round.
On round. You only,
But whenever he's the button,
no, you only put $5
yeah.
to add it.
Whenever he's the button, that's the chance that you
You
get
know,
to
the only
win.
person that could win is a small blind.
No, what I'm saying, I don't have to bet this, right?
No. That's dead. That's dead.
He bets 20.
20?
Yeah. Yeah, that's my bad, dude. I forgot.
5 call.
I got stuck with Mando said, like, oh, everybody's played the stream. I was like, oh,
7.
I assumed everybody knows how to play the song.
Yeah, but they didn't play the
Yeah.
4 players.
My bad, Baker. Sorry.
Check. 7 check. 9 check.
Right.
Straight front door or what?
Eh?
Straight front door or what?
Yes? camaraderie. What's the hi-hat at?
40?
You said it was a
200.
200, right?
Yeah.
And aces.
Aces full of kings are better.
Ace plus king.
Aces full of kings.
Or better.
And the better has to be a pocket pair. It can't be like your kicker plays this stuff. What's your stack?
Not 150.
150.
Put a queen. Put a jack. No, put a queen.
No.
Queen.
Hey,
Never fucking king.
No.
My God.
Barrels, table, 9.
I didn't feel 150 now, right there.
Which is it?
Yes.
549.
buenísimo, María.
Or you don't even know what's going on there, right? Because they're all the same color. He was supervising you what you were doing, but he had no idea what you were doing.
I was thinking like, we should make poker chips and shapes.
Hey, actually, Houston, I think that's Prime. I'm not too sure, but their tournament chips, as they get bigger, they change shapes. Like they're a different shape than what the other ones are. Yeah, you should really go play that.
I might.
You might move over there?
17 stamp. 9 folds. 1 goes to 15. 2 fold and call. 4 call. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 call. 4 players. Check. 1 check. 3 check. 4 check. That's 20. 9 fold.
Go look over here, real quick, about. Go look at Bob real quick.
3 fold.
Bob, haircut? County haircut?
That's the standard here for me, or no?
Oh, so you get hired.
Gotta have a lunch there.
Got a live 6 receipt one.
Or I think Drew wanna go sweat it somewhere else.
It was first pass. It's already done. He was right
Full
there
game
outside.
now.
He was right there outside.
Live shot
Maria.
pass.
María. María, ¿es una tortilla más?
6 to go. 2 fold. 2 fold, 3 fold. 4 makes it 12. 5 fold, 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 ball, 9 fold.
I can.
1 call.
If I have money out there, it's kind of hard for me to do. I'll try to plug my way out.
I know he does like basketball sometimes.
Sometimes it's fair. Couldn't you put that fucking flop out there?
3 hands ago.
Partner.
1 check, 4 check.
King on the turn. Dead.
You went against enough player.
I know.
Fucking
I
player.
know. I'm sorry. God
Hey,
damn.
Queen on the River.
Queen on the River. That shit would have been crazy. Wow.
Raise to
Fuck.
Now, who's calling cards now? Hey, look at this motherfucker.
He said King of Hearts.
No, he said king on the. He's like, how come you couldn't put that flop against my kings? And he's like, king on the turn.
What's that?
Ace 10 of hearts.
That's it, just one ace. You don't have a flush. For sure you don't.
Hey, the hi hat.
You want to get
That's
100?
the royal flush.
Yes.
Oh, my king.
See, I do it.
My phone was so good.
I got a plan.
I don't believe you.
Mira light.
Okay, I'll see you in 50 minutes.
Thank you.
I'll take it. Hey, Freddy, just to give up with
Frida.
You put a fire or no?
You're out for the year? Oh.
Can you put it again? Just make sure.
But I
You
wanted.
have to win the hand.
He is the only one that can win it right now.
He has to win the hand to win
No.
that.
Yeah, if not, it keeps going, bro.
I was waiting for someone to go.
Última.
Levi's, give me your. Levi's,
Huh?
Levi's, give me your green. Switch it out. Or no?
Great. Sorry, I can't.
2 makes it 25. 3 fold.
Wow.
25?
25.
I'll give it back to your partner if you win.
You better, right?
Call. 5 call. 6 call.
Ace king.
Ooh.
7 call.
Yeah.
About to find out, bro. I'm probably gonna have a stupid hand.
9 call.
Those are the best to get in with, partner.
I felt that way. Like a high-low, right? Like if everybody's in, oh, go for high because everybody has a low.
Yeah.
6 players. You first flip. Check. 9 check. 2 best 55. 4 fold. 5.
Service. Whatever, take 1 9.
7 call. 8 call.
Can I get 2 PGs?
Anybody else?
Actually, I'll take 3, 3, 3.
9 call.
All of a sudden, nobody wants to call a card now, right? All of a sudden.
7 of clubs.
4 hearts.
We're so big.
9 check.
5 of them.
That's 320.
It says I'm muted backstage.
10 point.
Wow, so I've been talking for almost an hour, and I think my mic was muted. Wow, so all right, so I do hear it now. As RGV Striker and Fletcher playing a big hand here.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Where do I get there on the turn, bro?
We'll see.
Down
That's
the
the
river.
Head up.
Then you get paid.
All right, so we do have audio, and I was under the impression that we had audio this entire time.
95.
So 45 minutes into the stream, I figured out that we didn't have audio. So thank you, Logan. He's the one that brought it to my attention.
Like what, 8, 10 of hearts or something?
8, 6 apart.
That's not good. Oh, yeah, it is.
So RGB Striker winning another big hand.
Yeah, you should have jammed it. That's what the bet was for you.
I'm support there, Bart.
$1,200 pot.
Barrel, step 9.
He's a baccarat player.
And that's a 4 hearts.
Let's see here.
He thinks he's licking his chops.
What, he's a heart?
I thought I saw everything working correctly, but I guess it was not. As soon as we started the stream, I've been commentating ever since, but apparently there was an issue with the microphone, and I feel rather sheepish.
He thought he was still good.
So small blind game up to 50. You can see the 2 green chips on the button. Small blind game up to 50. And action's going to be on newbie as Fletcher is in for, I believe, 1,500 this game. Newbie with the Queen Jack, raising it up to 15.
Oh, you want red or what? Oh, gotcha.
CC Drew still not at his seat. So basically the first 40 minutes was just no commentating, but I was commentating. All right, it's going to be a 6 high flop. So Goose having a straight draw, but it's going to go check, check. First to bet at this pot is going to win. And Goose is going to hit his straight. Goose putting out a tiny bet trying to get a crying call, but he does not. All right, thank you for letting me know that we didn't have commentating. Like I said, I was here. I was commentating since the start of the stream. But let us see the chip stacks. 20 hands in. There's the VPIP. There's the VPIP. 20 hands in. Baker and Fletcher both in at over 50%. Chubbs and Goose in at 40%. Newbie and Freddie Lay in at 30%. And CC Drew down at 16%, but he's been MIA for a while. RGB Striker with the 9s. Baker with 40% to a royal flush in his hand. He's going to be making the $25 call. And Chubbs will be putting in the extra $15 as he did straddle to 10. And it's going to be all hearts. So Baker started with 40% to a royal. Now he has 60% to a royal on the flop. RGB Striker not drawn dead as the board pairs. So the board does pair. So now he goes from 2% to 7%. He can hit an 8 or a 9. And he's going to bet 55. Baker going to be putting out a small raise here. $110, the old mint click. And RGB Striker going to make the call. Don't know why he's not putting out green chips. So 9 or an 8 for RGB Striker. There's 2 of them left. And he's not going to get there. He checks, and the Baker moves all in immediately. And I think RGV Striker just has to fold here based upon the action. Baker is going to have an ace or an 8 here a lot. And sometimes he's going to have a flush. RGV Striker thinking that Baker misses flush draw, that only has 1 heart in his hand. So he is thinking about calling, but I think, in my opinion, this is a fold the way it played out. Not based upon the fact that Baker has a flush, just the way the hand played out. As Baker min-raised on the turn, and now he's ripping it on the river. And Baker immediately shows him.
Flopped it in. That would be a low.
Solo se mató.
It wasn't nuts on the flop.
Well, solo se mató.
You didn't lose too much.
You lost 10. That's it.
Solo se mató.
Yeah, so Fletcher in. Fletcher is down. You can see to the far right there. He is down over 1,500 in this 1-3 game, 21 hands in. And RGV Striker, who just lost that last pot, he is still in the lead. He's up 1,300.
¿Cómo se la fuera a enseñar a Georgie? Para que se quedara con la...
Okay, hold on. If you are on the small blind and you win this hand, you have to show your hand to get paid.
Okay.
There you go, Georgie. You owe 20 bucks to the pot.
No se la fuera a enseñar para que se quedara con la duda. ¿Ah?
Pero nomás por 15 minutos porque va a salir de...
Sí.
Yeah, so I know Logan mentioned without the commentating, and I was like, no, I've been commentating since the beginning, but it is definitely different. These players are not mic'd up. However, there are 2 microphones above the table. Whenever you see the overhead camera shot, there is a microphone on each side. So if the players are talking loud, you can hear them, but in general, you cannot.
Hey, partner. Still playing.
So it looks like CC Drew is back in his seat, and we are going
Walking around and shit.
3 ways to a flop of $156. Baker with the best hand right now, but Chubbs is going to outflop him. Kind of a crazy deal that nobody has an ace or king here. When you have Chubb's hand here, you love this flop. It's a 3-bet pot 3 ways. How does nobody have an ace or king here?
It was 118, right?
Oh, Baker put it on the min raise here, and I think Chubbs is just going to go with his hand. He only has about 200 behind. Just makes the call as Baker hits the 10 set over set. And Chubbs has no outs. Chubbs has no outs. He's not going to believe that the 10 came on the turn. So the case 6, the 6 of hearts, has been folded. Chubbs is drawn dead here as Baker spikes a 10 on the turn to win the $600 pot.
Yeah, because you had the club and you didn't.
Oh, his check raised me.
Dude, you had the club.
What?
I got it.
Keep them coming.
So Ash Cash, who normally deals, is watching tonight. Got the Cajun Asian in the box. So I know I gave people shots out earlier, but apparently nobody heard because my microphone wasn't working. All right, so let's take this from the top. Welcome to Texas Card House as we are streaming tonight from the Rio Grande Valley. This is the secondary channel, Texas Card House, 3 different words on YouTube. On the main channel, TCH Live Poker, they are streaming from the Austin location tonight, and they are streaming Big O. So Big O, which is 5-card high-low, they're streaming that on the main channel. So you can check that out later if that interests you. But right now, we are checking out this 1-3 action, which plays more like a 5-10. And it's going to be a jack high flop.
There's not a lot of people. Venetians always pass. And it's $50 min table, so you let all the riffraff.
And you be hitting a 7.
100, 200 min. Not a lot of people are around.
Baker hitting a queen. So Baker turned in the best hand last hand.
No riffraff, partner.
Oh, and Chubbs is putting out a bet. So Chubbs is bluffing here. Chubbs sense weakness, the $15 bet, and he is calling. Oh, Baker's re-raising here. Baker has to show. Yeah, he's got to show. Wow, so
You just talked about the goose thing.
Baker winning the small ball game. That's the extra chips on top of the button. There. Put out another $5 to restart the small blind game.
You told him to shut? Yes. Oh yeah, you owe 25.
25 partner.
Yes.
Oh, we literally discussed it.
Oh yeah. We said that it was.
When you're talking about riff-raff, partner, that's right before that conversation.
Yeah, so Baker puts the $5 on the button to restart the small blind game. So if the small blind wins the pot, the small blind wins the bonus. And it is $5 gets added to the button every time it moves. And the only player that can win the bonus is the small blind. If the small blind doesn't win the hand, the next hand, now the small blind is the button, and they're adding $5 to it. It normally builds up to about $50 or $60. Sometimes they'll get to over $100. There it was about $60 as Chubbs losing back-to-back hands to the Baker, and it looks like they're getting ready to tangle again here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley.
Do you have a new deck?
Caesars has reward, yeah.
So Freddie Lay with the best hand right now. He's going to hit an ace. Gut shot for Baker.
I was like, 4. Wait. King. Smash.
And Chubbs, your pre-flop raiser, representing the ace.
Yeah.
I think Baker's going to peel a card here.
As long as I have George's fucking sample,
He hit a 10 last time on the turn.
I can drink this double Jack and Coke.
He's running good against Chubbs. No, he's going to let it go.
No.
this is the only clean shirt that I have. Doing laundry.
Freddie Lay calling with the best hand. Chubbs is going to need a lot of help. And he is now drawn dead. Check, it goes. Oh, there's the 10. So Baker would have hit the straight if he would have stayed in. And somebody took $5 off that button, as the Baker did put $5 to restart the small blind game. So there should actually be $10 on the button. Let's see if T-Rich notices. There's the VPIP. Baker at over 60%. Chubbs in at 55%. Fletcher at 40. And then we have 3 players in the 30 percentile. 2 players in the 20 percentile. And CC Drew is only at 13%, but he's missed about half the hands as he was away from the table for a while. And I think we have a dealer change as well. So Jeremiah, who normally starts us off on the stream, is the secondary dealer tonight. So we are exactly an hour into tonight's stream. We're about 15 or 20 minutes into the commentating that you can hear. As I said, I was commentating since the beginning, but apparently my microphone was not on. So, as I said, I do feel a little bit sheepish.
for 4 hours.
Yeah, no, chip on the button is part of the small blind game. I know in the Austin area they'll do what's called a, I believe the term they're used is a burger button. So I guess essentially the same concept, but whenever the dealer wins the hand, then however much is on the button, that is a tip to the dealer. Whenever the player who is on the button wins the hand. But that was a small blind game they're playing, and I thought they restarted it. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as T-Rich is going to lead out here with his top pair. Everybody checked it to him. He has top pair. So he's putting out a bet here, and this should get the job done.
So he needed that loss to make that come up.
And maybe they decided not to continue to play the small blind game.
No, we're not playing anymore.
Yeah, so yeah. So small blind game is off.
Wow, hey, give us.
What did he do?
I don't know.
It's because
What do you mean you don't know? We all discussed it out loud. It wasn't a secret. Just fucking
So the $10 is a button straddle from CC Drew. Action will start to the left of the straddle. It does not jump the blinds. Action does start off in the small blind. So action's going to be on duck, duck, goose.
We have a $10 button straddle.
now we're out of the game. Good job, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I mean, I was gonna win the fucking small blind game.
No one.
So RGV striker with the suited ace, raising it up to 30. There is a $10 straddle, so basically 3xing whatever the straddle is. CC Drew gonna defend his straddle, and we're gonna go heads up to a king high flop. RGV striker does check, as does CC Drew. To the turn we go, and it's gonna be a 10 of hearts. So now CC Drew picking up a flush draw to go along with his top pair, and he's gonna put out a pot-sized bet here, $60 into 64, and that'll get the job done. So as I said, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Texas Card House, as we are streaming tonight from the Rio Grande Valley. Rio Grande Valley, one of 6 Texas Card House locations in the state of Texas, one of 4 streaming locations. We do stream every Wednesday night on this channel, the secondary channel. And as I said, the name of that secondary channel is Texas Card House, 3 different words. The main channel is TCH Live Poker. We do stream on the main channel on Friday nights. So Tuesday nights, the main channel is Dallas. Wednesday nights, Austin. Thursday nights, Houston. And then Friday nights is us. And then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, normally there will be some sort of final table that is streamed from one of the various Texas Card House locations. T-Rich with the 9s out in front, and looks like he's going to bet about $50. Oh, Chubbs is setting up a bluff here. He's calling to try to bluff. He was calling wanting to see a spade. It looks like he's going to go through with his plan. Real small bet here, as he's, I believe, setting up a big bet on the river. Oh, and that's not going to be a great card to bluff at. Chubbs did not get the run out he was looking for when he called on the flop, and he knows that, so he is going to check it down. Yeah, so Chubbs floating on the flop out of position. He had some plans. He was looking for a spade. He was looking for a 6. He was looking for basically a 6, 7, 8 or a spade on the turn. And he did not get the run out he was looking for. So he gives it up. Real hard. Normally not a good idea to bluff on a paired board. And especially a double paired board. And Chubbs knew that.
Not yet? No. Let us know when we're going to put it in so we can restart the game.
You control your appearance also, partner.
Don't forget that. You going to go somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons they're not Mike. I think if it's done right,
He knows.
if it's done right, well, then it works. But it does take a lot of extra work.
I said him to get a haircut.
It seems like a simple thing just to mic up the players, but it is not as simple as it sounds.
First of all, that guy took forever.
Exactly. Who's the fastest, cleanest, best barber ever? What corner?
Yeah, it's because this. Yeah. You had one like outside.
And actually, I do like to hear the table talk, but I know a lot of times, just the basic problem or basic issue is that sometimes you actually have the commentators talk over the player talk, and it gets a bit distorted.
We have 6 players to the flop.
So 6 ways we go to $150 pot here, as it's going to be jack high. So Chubbs flopping top pair, open ender for RGV Striker, and it looks like RGV Striker is going to bet about a third of the pot, less than a third.
45.
Yeah, 45. So just under a third of the pot. Bets about 30%. And Freddie Lay not ready to let go of his ace. What does Chubbs do here? Chubbs going to make a small raise.
C1 raises it to 120.
And you can see RGV Striker started to mess with his hair. RGV Striker putting Chubbs all in. Open-ended with a backdoor flush draw. And let's see what Chubbs does here. Yeah, Chubbs does make the call. He also has backdoor draws. And RGV Striker's outs on top. There has been an ace folded, so he does have 6 live outs. There's been 1 ace, 1 6 folded. Normally he would have 8 outs. The action tracker does keep track of the cards that have been folded. So he has 6 immediate outs. 6 immediate outs. He can also go runner, runner, flush.
If he
9 o'clock. 8
okay, how about this? Ace of diamonds on turn if he's gonna hit it.
9 o'clock.
No.
What?
9 o'clock.
Yeah, they missed.
So this pot almost up to $1,000.
The 4's coming on the turn.
Alright, good luck. Ace of diamonds if it comes.
You better not give it to
9 o'clock.
No!
Oh.
That looked like it, but it wasn't.
3 sides. Wow.
So Chubb's going to be winning this $965 pot with Jack 5. Motown.
385. Oh, it's 130.
Yeah, so in general, it's English only at the table. But here at the Texas Card House Rio Valley, I can double check, but I'm pretty sure you are also allowed to speak Spanish as well.
Now you lost 900, whatever the fuck it was.
the joke about the area down here is we did not cross the border. The border crossed us. So Rio Grande Valley located 3 hours south of San Antonio, right on the United States-Mexico border. And if you know anything about geography, the Rio Grande River separated the two countries. And that's where the Rio Grande Valley getting its name. So the line between the two countries at one point was the Nueces River, which basically runs between here and San Antonio. One of the towns that it runs through in present day is called Three Rivers, as 3 rivers run through the town. So one of those rivers is the Nueces River, and that river runs out to Corpus Christi and empties into the Gulf of Mexico. But as part of one of the treaties where the U.S. beat Mexico in the war, they moved the line down further to the Rio Grande River. So just like that, all the people that were living down in this area, they went from being Mexico citizens to U.S. citizens. Baker, the only player with a heart, and he's going to need to hit it. Board is pairing. Like I said, normally not a good idea to bluff on paired boards. And it looks like Baker's going to put out a small bet. I think Goose is just going to call. Yeah, Goose with the snap call. Goose with the snap call. His ace will be good. Baker saying, why couldn't you make 2 pair? Technically, he did make 2 pair. So the production crew said they will flash up the VPIP about every 5 hands or so. And right on cue, there's the VPIP. So VPIP standing for voluntarily put money in the pot. So you are not a blind. You are either limping or raising pre-flop. You can see we have 2 players in at over 50%, 1 player in at 40%, and mainly everybody else in the 30%. T-Rich at 20%. Everybody at least 20%. Even CC Drew, who has missed a lot of hands, he's in at 21%. CC Drew raising it up. See what he has. He's got ace queen. There was a $10 button straddle, I believe. Goose making the quick call with the pocket 8s.
When has that stopped you? When I seen you get so fucked up and wake up and fucking...
Suited connectors for Chubbs. He is going to be making the call, and this is going to bring Baker in. So Baker needs hearts, Chubbs needs spades, and CC Drew needs an ace or a queen. Everything else, Goose is fine with.
Same glasses.
Oh, not the shirt over the fucking mouth.
10 high flop. So Goose still out in front, but he can very easily get counterfeited. What's going on here? And looks like CC Drew's going to put out the continuation bet. 150. No, he checks. Wow. The pump fake. It even fooled me. $200 in the pot. Goose bet him 55 with his pocket 8s. That should get a fold from Chubbs as well as Baker.
Yeah, there we go. March Madness.
As I said, Baker was on the stream last Wednesday night, winning over $2,000. He's back, trying to win some more. And I was about to say, I think this is too small of a bet for CC Drew to fold. And he makes the call. It's still basically 50-50. And now that's going to change it to 70-30. Goose can still get counterfeited if a 10 shows up. He also has to avoid an ace or a queen as Drew checks once again. So to the river we go. 9 outs for CC Drew. And he is not going to hit one. I think he's given up on this hand. And how big is Goose going to bet? Is he going to go for a small bet or a big bet? It looks like a big bet. An immediate fold by Corpus Christi Drew. So we are running satellites right now to our March Monster Stack. These are the satellites.
Started right now.
There is one more regular satellite left, and then there's still turbo satellites that are going to be started on Friday.
What do you go for, Georgie? You pick. I don't care.
No, you pick. I picked last time.
Wait, there's a guy that I go against some guy. Let me look.
So right now, the satellite started at 6 p.m. and there are 13 people left. Registration is open for another 5 minutes, and right as I said, a person registers. So 5 minutes left for this turbo. Excuse me, it's not a turbo, it's just a normal satellite to get you into the...
No, it's a two. It's a -2 line.
There we go.
It's pretty close.
To get you into this
Yeah,
tournament.
there we go. Something like that.
Alright, we got 4 players so far.
So 4 ways we go to a flop. Ace, right on the flop for the ace king. Goose winning the last hand, and Goose spending $25 here. Fletcher does let go of his 6s, and everybody else lets go. So back-to-back hands for Goose. He does show the ace king. Nice hand. So tomorrow we will have one more regular satellite with 8 seats guaranteed. So pretty good deal. It's $20 to enter, 20-minute levels. 8 seats guaranteed into the March Monster Stack. And then beginning on Friday, then we will have turbos at 9 o'clock at night. 4 seats guaranteed in those tournaments.
You heard that? Hey, you trying the fucking cash game.
Alright, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 raises is 10,
Fletcher gives action.
1 calls, 2 folds.
You might regret it.
Fletcher raising with the suited ace. And T-Rich should be putting on a 3-bet here. I would imagine it's going to be at least 60. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like 80. 75. Immediate fold from Fletcher. And that's probably going to clear everybody out. Yeah, see, T-Rich with the $40 profit. So 3 players away from their seat? Let's see here. Yeah, 3 players away from their seat right now. So I have mentioned this on the stream before, and I do realize it's an unpopular opinion, but I actually don't mind playing 10-handed in a casino. And this is one of the reasons why. is because you're never really playing 10-handed. I mean, there's 10 stacks at the table, but there's very rarely 10 people at the table. And I know most people say, no, 10's terrible, 9's better, 8's better, this and that. But the only reason why you're saying that is for comfort. And I understand. I mean, you want to be comfortable. I do understand that part. But there's 3 players not at their seats right now. So we're really playing. Technically, we're playing short-handed right now. We're playing 6-handed. So T-Rich with the jacks last hand now has the queens this hand. And Baker going to be making the call with the 5s.
Horseshoe, because they have a circuit event going on at the same time. I didn't even know it was happening, but like anytime I go to Vegas, I look up anything that's happening. Yeah, they're going to have a...
Good flop for the queens. Not a bad flop for the 5s.
Yeah.
T-Rich going to bet. Looks like 45. And looks like a... Yeah. So T-Rich just going to be making the call here. Oh, his hand's shaking a bit. T-Rich just calling here with the queens. Baker looking for a 5. There's 1 left. Baker now picking up 2 extra outs. And I don't think T-Rich is folding his hand here. Baker going to need a 5 or a 6 on the river. Does come backdoor hearts. And T-Rich will show him the ladies and win the $600 pot. Yeah, so 10-handed cash game at a casino, it's if there's 10 stacks at the table, somebody is always not going to be at their seat. Either in the bathroom, smoke break, run into the sports book to place a bet, run into the blackjack table, run into the baccarat table, or going to dinner with friends or family. And then you're always going to have, especially in Vegas, you're always going to have like that local grinder that's just waiting on aces and kings. So even though there's 10 stacks at the table, you're really playing 8-handed.
You got the bet going already? You and Larry against me and Bruce? I don't know how you talked him into that one, but... Okay.
So both the small blind and the big blind not at their seats. They will get blinded out. This is something unique to the stream. The players are aware that it essentially works like a tournament. If you're not at your seat, you do get blinded out. On a normal cash game table here at the Texas Card House, you will get a missed blind button. RGV striker just flat in here with the ace-king. And Newbie raising it up. So a small raise from Newbie, he might be able to get away from a 3-bet here. Excuse me, a 4-bet. Because RGB Striker should be 4-betting here. You do not want to play this hand between 2 players, for one. But Ace-King plays a lot better pre-flop than it does post-flop. And there is the raise, but it is a small 4-bet. And you can see Newbie already cutting out the chips. And this might bring Chubbs along, as he is getting a real good price. No, Chubbs knows that something is up there. Very, very, very rare for a 4-bet to occur at 1-2, 1-3, 2-5 without the player having it. And we can see that RGB Striker has it. Newbie going to be left with only $104. He's already added on once tonight. And RGV Striker, that is going to take his stack up. So both Goose and RGV Striker basically up 1,000. T-Rich winning the big pot off of the Baker. Takes him up to 500. And Freddie Lay up 300. Everybody else in the red. Fletcher, the reddest. Yeah, so it looks like a card flashed. And once again, it is different on the stream. Normal procedure is the dealer keeps dealing and the player will get the burn card, and the card that's exposed becomes the burn card. That's the normal procedure at all of the tables here, with the exception of the stream table. The exception of the stream table.
That's when the little kid starts like panicking, bro. Like it doesn't know where to run, and they start screaming.
That's why I sent a note out. I put a on the group message on radio. Not coaching the group.
Yeah. They'll start yelling, "Oh, this way, go, go, go!" And the little kid starts running back.
So it looks like the 3 players that were missing are back, but somebody else now got up.
Depends also like how the coaches, because for my nephew, my brother's boy, the parents are rowdy. 4 years old, 5 years old, and the parents are acting like their kid's gonna get drafted. Real. Like it's sick.
I usually set the expectation.
And
You want to be part of this team? This is what I
And it's fine, obviously, if you get up while you're playing. You can get up whenever you want. You can take a break whenever you want.
Bro, every one of my players have been in this football for the last 3 years.
Hey, but in
So newbie gonna win a small pot here.
point, you kind of have to be an asshole, but like in a respectful way. If not, your parents are gonna fucking take advantage.
Bro, I got a lot of oil and gas dads that came to me and said, pay for the team admission, we'll buy all the uniforms, you just coach. Absolutely. But think for a second, because we're putting out money, and we're going to have some type of a time.
Oh, your fucking
They're like,
son.
we don't want anything to do with it.
So the table conversation, it appears that both CC Drew and Goose are talking about coaching youth baseball, the Little League, the T-ball. So actually, if you do follow the Little League of World Series, it's kind of like the Southwest, because I think Texas falls into the Southwest division. But it's not all the time. But the majority of the time, the team that is representing the Southwest area is going to be from Texas. And also, the majority of the time, the team that is representing Mexico is either going to be from Matamoros, Mexico, which is essentially the Rio Grande Valley. The largest city here in the Rio Grande Valley is Brownsville, so right across the border is Matamoros. So either that team will be in the Little League World Series, or a team from Monterrey, Mexico will be there. And Monterrey is about 2 hours away from here. And that's taken into account crossing the bridge and getting through customs and everything like that. So the Little League World Series normally represented. Oh, CC Drew put it on the check raise with the flush draw, and it's going to get the job done. And he'll show. Bluffing with the best hand. He was bluffing with the best hand. So welcome to the chat. Paco 5634. Wonder if that's the last four of his social security number. I was gonna say yeah. So we have we do not have that option to see me.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I want one.
What do you want, bigger? Modelo.
And you're not missing much, don't worry.
I don't know, you buy double or?
Yeah, double crown, Modelo.
I've been told I have the perfect face for radio. Uh-oh, the players starting to order the drinks.
No, Freddie?
So I'm sure this game is going to get even more splashy.
He even told me he's like, I shouldn't be here, but I'm gonna go.
His name on the stream is Freddie Lay.
Oh, baby.
No.
$10. Hey, can you not drink or no? He's not on the job,
You
man.
do whatever you want, partner.
Can you make that clear? I don't think he can hear you.
He's a route sales representative. He's an RSR. He's a salesman. So he's been with us for I think 3 months.
We got 4 players to the flop.
He picked up his own routes and he gets them all.
So 4 ways we go to a flop, and it's going to be king high. Nobody with a king, but Baker with a 6. And he's going to check. It's going to go check around.
8.
Hey, chill out. I call card.
Freddie Lay picking up an open ender.
Mr. Card Counter.
It's going to be a small bet here from Baker. Quick call from CC Drew. CC Drew calling here with hopes and dreams. Needing to hit a queen and only a queen. You cannot hit a 9, as the 9 will give Baker 2 pair.
Queen.
And board pairing on the river. Baker going to put out another tiny bet.
You're calling your own card.
And here comes the bluff from CC Drew.
I think
He
that's why
bluffed
he's
last hand, although he did have the best hand. He didn't know that, but. And let's see what Baker does here. Baker has a 6.
Hey, so do you want to do that?
Does Baker get sticky? No, Baker.
We don't get to the river a lot, so whenever it's
Oh, Baker's going to call, and CC Drew is not going to be happy.
6. Bro, how does this guy make these calls?
Huevos.
Like, I know what
Se llaman huevos.
What card do you want on the river?
Wait,
I don't think you know what you're doing.
So CC Drew cannot believe Baker made the call.
I'm going to go with all
He's all like, how does this guy make the call? And Baker says, huevos.
Yo tenía un par.
Nah.
We know that.
Y huevos.
Pares de huevo.
5 behind.
Un par de huevos tenía.
And that's going to get CC Drew to add on 500.
$5,000 no es nada.
So CC Drew, with the unsuccessful bluff, is going to add more chips to his stack. 500 smackers.
6, 500 behind.
Green.
Right.
Verde. You weren't wrong, though. Wait, don't go.
Nice hat, partner.
Who the hell got a single?
Good call.
Alright.
Had 2 doubles and a single before his number 4 with a single.
So I do apologize to the chat, as
Camera's right here.
some of my coworkers who are
6 has 500 behind.
not that experienced in poker, they are checking out the chat. I do appreciate you checking out the chat, but just to keep the chat, you know, just the PG.
I had 7s.
We always like the views. We always like the likes. Make sure you do hit that like button.
Put it in there.
I'll take another.
That's some of my co-workers on my 9 to 5 job. Checking out the stream. like I said, I do appreciate that part.
Yes, sir.
I'll get up.
Shit.
No, not easy.
Let's go clubbing. Oh, nobody with clubs. Clubs are closed on Wednesdays.
Hey, what a sweat that Mavs game.
Oh, here we go again. CC Drew just got caught bluffing, and he's going to try to bluff again.
Definitely not.
And Baker's having none of it.
How's that a foul? Oh my god, the female ref.
170.
Baby.
170.
Baker, he has 500.
Yeah, just a reminder, he has 500 guys.
No, just 500.
It's alright. TJ Washington.
Wow.
3 right here.
These guys are going after each other.
Inbounder. The inbounder's the most important person on the court right now. Because nobody's guarding us.
Oh, CC Drew hitting the 4. Baker says all in, and CC Drew's going to snap call him. So Baker
Forte.
going to need a hit on the 8,
More.
Ace of clubs.
or CC Drew is going to take all his chips. So there's 2 8s available in the deck. The dealer getting the proper count, and he will announce it to the production crew.
Oh, he has an 8.
398.
Come on.
8-4.
8-4. What are they?
So Baker gonna need an 8.
I got that finger. Red deuce. Oh,
And it'll be a full house for CC Drew.
Everybody doing okay?
And let's see how much the Baker rebuys for. He is a real baker, does have a bakery here in town, the city of Edinburg, on the north side off of Monte Cristo.
What kind of fucking game is this, Isaac?
my
Fucking
broker
calling
Cowboys.
cards and shit.
Hey, can I sell these back to them?
I didn't use the one I know. Hey, get extra roast beef. Barrels.
Hey, where are you going, mate?
Hey, get extra rolls.
You said 5. I'm putting the clock on you. You said 5. Thank you so much. You going to Texas Card House?
Is he really?
He's gonna pick it up.
I'll take the overs of 5 minutes.
All right, so Baker coming back. 300 is the minimum. I don't know if that's what he's pre-buying for.
Or is going to take him 5 minutes to get. He's going to
Well, I'm
get the
usually
light
in
right
and
there.
out or whatever.
He's going to get the light right there.
What'd you say?
I'm usually in and out. They're quick there. That's why I go there so much.
Baker did win over 2,000 last
What is that?
Wednesday night.
Going 9 o'clock.
11 ounce throwing for $9.99.
300. That
Can
real
I get
meat?
some greens?
Real meat.
And CC Drew going to be coloring up, turning those red chips into green chips. And Baker is back for 300. So started the stream off with $401. And now he has 300. And action will be on. Action will be on him.
Yeah, can I get the greens?
So there is a straddle, a $6 straddle on the button from Chubbs. You be making the call. CC Drew doing the same. And kind of a small raise coming from Goose, taking it up to 23. LeBron James. Yes, the proper answer is Michael Jordan. Oh, and you be going with his hand here, and he's going to run into it because Goose is not folding. CC Drew with the suited connectors. I don't think you can call the all-in from Yubi here. And does Goose put on the back raise here. I think he should to get heads up. And that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he's putting on the back raise. Doesn't want to play the pot multi-ways. And this should get rid of Freddie Lay. It does. And Newbie is going to need a lot of help. Newbie, 18% of the time, will win this hand. So Newbie going to need a 5. Going to need some clubs. Or if the board pairs, it gives us some chop outs. Oh! Freddie Lay, 9 of clubs. So Freddie Lay would have got in some trouble here. But instead, it is Newbie getting really lucky against Goose.
Whenever I go play poker, I lower the seat all the way to the bottom, so my arms are like this on the table, and I get it like lean straight back. So like here, I can't. So I have to lean forward.
Mr. Run It Up, bro.
True.
On a heater. Oh, meow. Hey.
So CC Drew is actually in the positive, but only by $38. Only by $38.
10 minutes later, well, I will break. I'm like,
All right, start to play.
Newbie and Baker down $400. Fletcher down over $1,500.
I don't know if he left sitting or not, but I already have one like 60.
Baker back in his seat, and he's going to be raising it up with the Jack 10. CC taking the call. Newbie does the same. And we are going 3 ways to a Studio 54 flop. Baker's going to hit a 10. And he is going to check it to his nemesis. Baker betted 15 here.
Or at least
And CC Drew is actually drawn dead as the 2 other 4s have been folded. Is he going to try to bluff Baker again as Baker puts out $25? And CC Drew pays for information here. So I think that's going to take CC Drew into the red, as he was up about $40, and now he's going to be down about $20. Let's see. Yeah, CC Drew is down $20. RGV Striker and Goose up $900. T-Rich up $500. And Freddie Lay up almost $300. Everybody else in the red are in the negative. As action is on CC Drew, the CC standing for Corpus Christi.
Back, clock, all the time, read a flag. Bro, it's crazy, bro. Well, like if you go to the Hershey's Coca-Cola one, like they're not as packed as the M&M's. Bro, the M&M's is crazy packed. 6 calls, 7 calls.
Georgie, what's my card?
9 calls. Shares what?
What's my card?
I think you said 1 full. That was terrible, right?
7 of what?
3 raises, 20. 4 calls, 5 calls,
Hello, Deborah.
9 calls. Bro, what the hell, man?
Either you love or hate being in Panama City right now with the spring break going on.
Yeah. 9 checks, maybe 3 checks.
Don't forget to hit the like button. Yeah, Panama City. They have not in the city, but near the city. They do have a used to be a dog track, but I guess now it's just poker. Ebro, EBRO is the name of the card house there in Florida. It's there in the Panhandle area. There's the Ebro River in Spain, but I know that is the card room they have in the Panama City area. Yeah, I just said that. Usually go to Jacksonville. I've been to Jacksonville, best bet. I have not been to Ebro. Although if you add an M to the end, you get my last name.
Hey, that was pretty fast, bro.
Which is essentially why I know about the poker room, even though I've never been there. Like I said, I have been to the best bet, Jacksonville.
842. Was it 10?
842.
Most people don't know, but Jacksonville is actually the largest city in Florida. Largest city in Florida, Jacksonville.
This is yours?
Yeah, so Deborah's one of the persons that likes spring break. I know they used to have like the world's largest club there, Club Vela, I think it was Vela, VELA. I don't know if that's still a big thing there. Yeah, so poker in Florida got started in the dog tracks, but now they are not allowed to run dogs. So some of the places using the same location, but some of the places actually moved. I know in the just south of Tampa, in the Sarasota area, One Eye Jacks, they moved away from their race facility into a strip mall, as did Orange City, just north of Orlando. So CC Drew gonna outflop Goose here, and he's gonna win 101 Dalmatians. I want to say that Best Bet also has a live stream as well. Some of the people in the comments have said that their live stream is pretty good as well. I do not know the smallest city in Florida, but I do know the largest. All right, 4 ways we go to a flop, and it's going to be 9 high. T-Rich flopping top pair. He should be betting here if it gets checked to him. And here comes the bet. 83 in the pot. Should be betting about 44. He bets 45. Michael Jordan. That was his number when he played baseball. So Drew making the call with the sevens. It is a understandable call, as he probably puts his opponent on a flush draw, maybe a straight draw. Really only has one overcard to worry about, but his opponent actually has the overcard. So let's see if Baker makes the call with middle pair here.
You didn't know he was playing a guy. Came out on YouTube.
Looks like he is.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So T-Rich over 50% to win the hand here. as we go 3 ways to a turn. This pot is, I believe, over $200 now. 218. And Baker hitting the 4. And T-Rich is not going to slow down here. So the second time a 4 comes on the turn, the last time it hurt Baker, this time it helps him. And T-Rich is going to know that his hand is probably not good here, but he might be pot committed. He bet 125 on the turn, and it's 255. So T-Rich feels pot committed. There is 1-9 left in the deck that T-Rich can hit. You can see that on your upper left-hand corner.
7.
And instead, the Baker's going to fill up.
Right? Like no sweat, just fucking
Well,
four.
homeless. Go both times.
Oh yeah. That's what I was thinking. I thought he thought of the other.
Well, I never fails when I'm on the street, my phone will ring. Every time. I go hours out there and I get a text message or call.
Well, I've never seen you on your phone out there actually.
Well, unless I'm watching TV or
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Baker.
now it's like blowing up.
Yeah, so there you go. Deborah's from Florida. So, largest city in Florida, Jacksonville.
He fucking brought some the other day. Dude, it's so soft.
And smallest city with 16 residents,
They got left because of the whole day.
Marineland, Florida.
They got left for like over 24 hours. Dude, they were still super soft.
Baker, can we get empanadas next time?
Yeah, what is it called, Baker?
Next Wednesday, can we get empanadas?
So the players asking for sweetbread from the Baker's Bakery next Wednesday night. As I said, he is an actual baker. Has his business here in the city of Edinburg, which is where the Texas Card House is located. Of course, down here it's called pan dulce. So sweetbread in Spanish translated to pan dulce. It's got the empanadas,
They got left over.
but the empanadas with a pumpkin filling. Some of them will have the pineapple filling.
You buy
Empanadas.
de donas, compras un bulto de $30 y haces 1000 donas.
Yeah, he told me. He told me last time. He'll be honest.
$30 and you make 1,000
You can sell them whatever you want. Bro, think about it.
And if you sell them at
Okay,
$2,
no, the reason why he
Think about
hold on. The reason why he brought it up to me was because we started talking about Paris Bakery. He's like, bro, you buy for $30 1,000 donuts, and these guys are selling them for fucking $3-4. When I'm
Chubb's
bakery,
hitting
they
a
sell them for like
king.
$52.
Baker hitting a 10, but Baker makes the fold. And Chubbs is going to take it down.
$30 and you make 1,000 donuts.
I'm assuming the UT game has started. I know T-Rich, right there in seat number 5, a big UT fan.
He bought a Starbucks franchise.
Shit.
Yeah, he retired. Hired a manager and they're gonna run it.
Damn.
Get his royalties.
Man, enjoy life.
He's from like Cambodia.
Oh, yeah, they are up at halftime.
Yeah,
Nice,
I thought he
nice.
brought it up to me. That's because fucking Paris Bakery, bro. It's crazy.
Donut shops,
Bro,
donut shops, car washes,
You get
washing machines.
You get 2 donuts at Paris Bakery. It's
These car
$6.36.
washes right next door are plastic. Like the way they recycle the water, they give them the memberships. Think about it. When you were a kid, how many times did you wash your car?
They're washing
So let's see if anybody straddles here.
I can't talk because we're like.
The whole Spotify concept.
Yeah, come on out.
Become memberships like
You
Amazon.
got one in every fucking corner.
Every here and there.
Yeah, so nobody going to straddle here. So action will be on Chubbs under the gun. He did win the last hand, and he is squeezing his cards. He will let it go. RGV Striker does the same. UB with the quick fold. Action's on the Baker, and everybody's asking the Baker about his goods.
The spot inside the courthouse.
Suited connectors
Isaac talks way
He
too
doesn't
much.
wanna
You
talk.
won't even hear him.
for Baker.
Isaac is
Isaac
gonna
talks way
talk
too
about
much
it.
to even fucking hear us.
No, but Isaac's gonna talk about it if he hears it. He's gonna be like, yeah.
Phoenix Bakery could, it was the option to go in the courthouse instead of Paris.
So Baker limping here with the 3 deuce. T Rich making the call with the pocket 4s.
Like recently?
And Fletcher with the queen should be raising it up here. And looks like he's going to make it 25 straight.
Like permits, about permits and stuff, they told me that guy that's doing the Paris bakery, that guy is fucking, he's probably getting a bankrupt because he's opening up fucking places and it's not even.
So I think everybody's going to call this race. Yeah, I think everybody's going to call this race. $25 race pre-flop. We got somebody calling with 3 high, and we got somebody calling with 8 high as Freddie Lay's kind of getting priced in here, and he does make the call. So 4 ways to a flop. We go exactly $100 in. Action will be on Freddie Lay as he does flop a straight draw, but Fletcher flops the nuts. And Fletcher's going to be leading here. Leading too much here. This sizing just should have probably been about half pot. This is not based upon what the players have in their hand. Yeah, he's not going to get any action, and he will show the nuts.
I think you're just enjoying the conversation.
No, partner, I was.
Alright, ready, that's my time. You guys are taking the
So tilted.
All right, so we do have a dealer change. We're exactly halfway done with tonight's stream. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Texas Card House as we are streaming tonight from South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, to be exact.
I was about to get on a heater and this guy comes in.
We did start streaming at 7:17, and we were streaming for about 30 or 40 minutes before the commentating started. I was commentating the entire time, but apparently my mic was off, and somebody in the comments mentioned in the comments that it's a lot different with no commentating, and it turned out my mic was off. So we've been streaming since 7:17. That is Texas time, and I'm sure if you live in the Florida Panhandle, you know that's also the Panhandle time there in Florida. As Florida, like Texas, with 2 different time zones, the majority of Texas being in Central Time, way out west in the town of El Paso, they're in the Mountain Time zone. In Florida, the majority of Florida being on the Eastern Time zone, with the exception of the Panhandle. Suited Queen Jack for RGV Striker. I mentioned this earlier, but the commentating, but the microphone wasn't working. So normally if a player's eating and they get involved in a hand, normally they have a good hand. And you see RGV Striker has the suited connectors. And it looks like Baker's going to be calling him with the Motown hand. Yes, RG3. I was talking to myself for about 30 or 40 minutes. So what had happened was, the way the software works is there's a backstage area where essentially I see everything that I'm seeing now. There's a backstage area. And normally when I hit go live, I come out of the backstage area, but apparently I was still in the backstage area. And RGV Striker making the flush, taking a break from his dinner, putting out a bet. And Baker's not going to be able to call here. So the big tournament does start this week, and we're having a big tournament beginning this weekend here at the Texas Card House RGV. It is the March Monster Stack. $33,333 guaranteed, 7,500 the first. 19 different starting flights, 19 day ones. Beginning this Friday, there will be 2 flights every day. 2 flights every day. For 9 straight days. Be a flight at 1 o'clock, be a flight at 6 o'clock, beginning this Friday, every day for 9 straight days. And then, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, the 30th, there will be one last turbo flight in the morning, and then day 2 will begin at 5 p.m. Final table will be streamed on TCH Live Poker. So that final table is going to go on the main channel, TCH Live Poker. As I said, this is the secondary channel. If you are still not subscribed to this channel, make sure you do take care of that, as I do know we have a lot of new people in the chat, a lot of people that are not that familiar with poker from what I can tell in the chat. So make sure you subscribe or at least hit the like button. It's how I get paid. Wow, 4s have been ridiculous tonight. And Baker now with the trip 4s. That's the good news. The bad news is nobody has anything until the turn. Oh, he's checking the trips here to Goose. The Goose check as well? Wow. He checks again. And it goes check, check. Baker shows the 4. 2 to win, sir. 2 to win. 2 to win. There you go.
No, the black guy moved. Like a black guy moved. He moved.
Shave your fucking beard off again. Hope you fuck it up.
Hey, I didn't color all that.
Nah, hey, nah, you fucking
You're not gonna
rep
get
it, dog.
shit.
Rep it.
You're gonna fuck.
Or you can't color this and have the grays here. It has to be all around. I like that Freddie Casanova and partner don't.
So I believe there is a $6 button straddle, as I do see $1 out there. You are allowed to straddle on the button if under the gun chooses not to. The minimum straddle is $6. The maximum straddle is $10. And yes, there is a $6 straddle. So action on RGV Striker. He lets his hand go.
Yes, yes. He's like, partner, slap my hair.
And I don't think the Baker's cards got scanned properly.
Say shit. You never answer. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm tired of hearing that.
Answer that.
I always do.
CC Drew, not at his seat, had a pretty queen jack. We are going 4 ways to a flop.
It's only right.
CC Drew would have flopped the flush draw. Nothing but small cards. Goose does have an ace, has a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. I think he's going to see one more card as Chubbs bets $20. Oh, Goose letting his hand go.
King 7.
Hey, what's up? What's that?
Julio's Renee.
Huge spot against Andy. Andy had like, it was me, Andy, and Yogi.
I'll take another one. Yeah, you want another one?
Andy has
So RGV Striker leading the way as he is up 1,000. That's the number in green. And Fletcher down almost 2,000, down 1,800, negative 1.8. Fletcher folded an ace. That's surprising. As we will go 3 ways to a flop. T-Rich with the best hand right now. T-Rich no longer has the best hand, as Freddie Lay flops open-ended and Chubbs flops top pair. Small bet here from Freddie Lay. That will get a fold from T-Rich. Freddie Lay continuing here. Chubbs making the call with top pair, queen kicker.
Yeah, he didn't finish the action.
And there's the 4 that's been showing up a lot tonight. Freddie Lay finally checks, and Chubbs will take his showdown value.
Yeah, he killed your action.
But I folded, but I kind of threw him a little far, but still, like.
It's always a question on what to do when you get to the river with showdown value. Do you take your showdown value or go for thin value? Sometimes you'll go for thin value and wind up value owning yourself. Oh, RGV Striker put it on the splash pot here. Yeah, so it's not a splash pot. So these players agreed to play the small blind game earlier, but there were some rules, and one of the rules were you have to show your hand to win the small blind game. And they added a different rule tonight where if any player reminds the player who won the small blind game, you need to show your cards, and that player would owe $25 to the small blind bonus. So RGV Striker earlier, when they were playing the small blind game, he let the player know, hey, show your cards and you'll win the small blind game. So essentially the entire table said, hey, you owe $25. And RGV Striker said, well, nobody told me about this rule. So he was kind of making a little stance where he did not want to pay the $25. So the player said, well, then we'll just stop playing the small blind game. And now that he has enjoyed his dinner, he has had a change of heart. And that's what that $25 was that you saw thrown out. He's all like, you know what? Let's start up the small blind game again. So he put the $25 out to start the small blind game. Wow, that's weird. Fletcher's standing up, but normally people get taller when they stand up. So small blind game back on, and he won the hand. So he won the hand. Baker won the hand. He'll put the $5 to continue.
No, you should have said that before.
Can I still get empanadas? Can I still get empanadas?
Bueno, yo voy dark 10 on the side.
Oh, strap.
Eso es strap.
He's strapping. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, partner.
I almost shoved all in pre-flop. Wait, I had purse? Probably Connie. 500? Connie? All in? No. How much?
You won it?
Partner, ace jack, me, all low cards to the river, king.
Wait, what? Ace Jack won?
I have ace jack. No, he had a six jack. He has a 6 on the property home. Somebody could, well, good thing he didn't put, hey, good thing he didn't give you 2 pair.
So I've actually played on the stream once. I had a VPIP of less than 10%. It did not go good. In my defense, I was card dead, but my VPIP probably wasn't going to be like more than 25% to begin with. So small blind game is back on. I will explain it after the hand if you are not familiar with it. Ace high, ace jack, best hand, and it looks like the best hand is going to bet. So T Rich is going to add $5 to the button. There he goes, adding the $5. And that bonus is available to win only to the small blind. So this hand, CC Drew can win the bonus. If CC Drew does not win this next hand, then the button will move to the left and he will add $5. And now the next small blind is available for the bonus. I know in Austin sometimes they'll do something where they put chips on the button, but that is a tip for the dealer, where if the button wins the hand, then they win the bonus. So essentially the same concept, just the bonus is going to a different person. So every time a player is on the button, they add $5. And that bonus does add up. It usually gets up to at least $100 once a night.
Oh. What is it? 3.
Three in my pocket, 3.
I was just the straddle's gonna be in front of the button now.
When I was an intern, so like, they were training for Edinburg. So my grocery manager role, like,
They messed up some things.
deal with it. What you got?
Chilling?
I got free,
He's like, I have this all
I'm thinking about doing it, but I don't want to stand out away because it's not going to look like
Hey, how do you salt and pepper the beer? Huh? Oh, he's gonna have.
Come on, Dino.
How you doing? He'd be good for this room. 30 minutes? Yeah, he'd be good. I thought about like telling people to stay on the stream, or like not tell them that it's live stream.
Is it open or no?
So $200
Wow.
pre-flop as we go 4 ways to a 10 high flop. The pocket sevens of T Rich still out in front. He picks up a straight draw to go along with his pocket pair.
What do you say the best take on the court?
And he's going to check it back here.
No.
Bottom pair for Goose. Oh, Baker hitting 3 threes on the turn. And he's going to bet about 60.
It sucks. They
No,
said
with the sauce. Yeah, that's what I get. With the little sauce on the top. Make it a little spicy. Yeah. Well, the last time I was there, poker night,
So
and I
he
was
will
like,
bet and looks like he's going to take it down.
Hey, look at them,
They're like, all the locals that were
Turner.
there.
Te dije que tenía pocket 3s, mira.
All the
Ya
locals.
está.
run it, high hand.
Run it, high hand.
High hand. Let your burn turn. Burn river.
So,
Gets there.
as you know, there is a lot of AI out there now.
Locals and,
I said.
Chat GPT and other forms of AI. And somebody just texted me. They basically asked AI about the Rio Grande Valley. We are located in South Texas. So I'm going to read, according to AI, this is about the area. Hey folks, while you're watching these hands, let me tell you a little bit about where all this action is happening. Right here in the heart of the Rio Grande Valley. Now the RGV is one of the most unique places in Texas. We're talking a blend of cultures where Mexicans and Texans traditions come together seamlessly. Whether it's the incredible food like the best Tex-Mex you ever have or the stunning landscapes, this place really has it all. The RGV is also a bird watcher's paradise with wildlife you won't find anywhere in the U.S. But it's not just about nature. This region is booming with agriculture and innovation, and we're just a stone's throw away from the Gulf of Mexico. So if you're into outdoor adventures or just want to explore a vibrant, culturally rich area, RGV should be on your radar. Trust me, once you visit, you'll see why people here are so proud of their home. And, of course, while you're here, come check out some poker at Texas Card House RGV.
Gallagher and New York, New York.
Or I went to Texas Roadhouse. I went to Texas Roadhouse.
I'm gonna go there.
Have you been to STK at the Cosmo?
Huh?
Have you been to STK at the Cosmo?
Oh, I haven't been anywhere.
So Baker turning a 10, Goose turning a 10 to go along with his flush draw.
Have y'all been to,
Oh, the
Monaco's.
have you been to,
Vicky Anthony is really good.
what's that place?
So Goose gonna need to hit a club or can hit
Golden Spirit.
a 9, 10, or king to chop.
Hit the lobster tail.
Bro, but you have to reserve like.
So Baker gonna be winning this hand.
Yeah, really?
You know what the best restaurant I've ever been
Baker putting $50 out. Let's see if Goose
to? Best ever.
looks him up here. It is a small bet. 50 to win 200. Oh, Goose lets it go.
I got really lucky in June, but I have a great blocker. Everything else was sold out.
Yes.
Rush. Drink table.
Yeah, so I guess just following up what AI says about the Rio Grande Valley. Best beach in Texas, South Padre Island. We do get a lot of spring breakers that come down to the beach, kind of like they do in Panama City, Florida. And it really is a bird watcher's paradise. There was actually a movie with, let's see, it was with Jack Black. Jack Black, was it Steve Martin? Jack Black, Steve Martin, and Owen Wilson. It's called A Big Year. And that's the term in bird watching, where if you see X amount of birds in a year, it's essentially like a year-long contest for like bird watchers to document how many species of birds that they can find in the United States. And these guys go to extremes, so we are basically as far south as Texas that you can get and still be in the United States. So there's a scene where they actually come down to Brownsville, Texas. I mean, they actually didn't film the scene down here, but it does take place. There's also a scene I know where they go someplace in Alaska trying to find a certain type of bird. But called A Big Year, if you are curious about bird watching, it is a movie. Came out probably about 10 or 15 years ago. So the beach part is true and the bird part is true. Oh, and the food part is true as well. Great food down here in this area.
So Santa Fe,
In the valley.
how much is that Oscar?
Hey, Oscar?
Oh, that's not bad.
So the chips on top of the button, which are getting cleaned up right now, is part of the small blind game. That is $25. That bonus is available only to the small blind, which is Fletcher in this hand. If he wins the pot, he wins that bonus. If not, he will be the button next hand, and he will be adding $5 to it. Newbie with the king-queen suited, raising it up to 15. Baker making the quick call. Both players with the suited cards. CC Drew with the nines, just flat in here. Should probably be mixing in a 3-bet with the nines, especially in the hijack.
Chino, what's the high hand at? $500.
5 ways to a flop we go. Pocket nine still out in front right now, but Goose is going to hit bottom pair, and Baker's going to hit middle pair. CC Drew only worried.
There's no hand right now. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know it was that.
CC Drew only worried about the 10, but he's going to bet his nines to the tune of $50.
Aces over kings are better. Yeah.
And Baker is thinking about guys have been going back and forth against each other tonight. CC Drew has gotten the better par. Baker wants revenge, and he's going to be making the call looking for a 6 or a 4. You can see he does have 5 outs available, and he's going to hit one of those outs, turn in 2 pair. Good news is he turned 2 pair. The bad news is the flush got there, so Drew checks it back. Oh, and Drew hits a set now, and Baker putting out a big bet here. Drew's thinking about raising, but he might just call the $175 bet. The flush draw did arrive. The straight draw also arrived. He's going to be calling. The only question is, does he raise? And he's trying to figure that out right now. He's talking with Baker, trying to get a read on the situation. Maybe a small raise.
700.
Baker saying bet it all. And like I said, Drew's just going to call.
Oh, good. I'm mad at myself.
¿Y por qué no le echaste todo?
Did you call?
Sí. Sí. Sí.
So Baker telling CC Drew, why didn't you go all in?
Sí, güey.
And CC Drew asking him, you would have called. And Baker said, of course I would have called with 2 pairs. So Fletcher should be adding $5 to the button to take that up to 30. And now that bonus will be available for Chubbs if Chubbs wins the hand. No straddle this hand.
2,900 nomás.
Action's going to be on Yubi as he will let his hand go.
Gané como $8,000 la semana pasada.
Last week?
Last week.
I didn't use that much.
No, pero
So Baker letting the table know not only did he win $2,000 on the stream last week, last Wednesday night on the stream.
aquí. No aquí. Aquí.
Yes. Aquí. Here.
Aquí.
So 1 week ago he won $2,000 sitting at this table, and he said he actually won for the week $8,000. So he said he's ready to gamble. Small raise coming from Goose with the suited queen, and he's going to pick up 3 callers. Jack high flop, Chubbs with the jack. He does have the $30 bonus from the small blind game. I thought he might have just let out here with the bonus, but he is not. He's going to check raise. Freddie Lay bet in middle pair here. And let's see if he gets sticky. He is. So Chubb's in front right now. Freddie Lay going to have to hit an ace or a 7 as we see a turn of a 5. Chubbs is probably going to be sizing up to about 100 here, maybe 125. No, check, check. Wow. I thought Chubbs would play the hand a little more aggressive because he does have the $30 bonus he can hit with the small blind game. Any 4 makes a straight, but nobody has the 4. And it's just going to go check, check as Chubbs is going to win the small blind game. So he'll pick up the $30 and add $5 to restart the game. Like I said, I thought he would be a little more aggressive in that hand just because of the bonus, but I guess the bonus wasn't big enough for him to get aggressive. High hand available. High hand is up to $500. It is the pot of gold.
Straddle 10. Sorry. 10 on the budget. Sorry.
So high hand is currently at $500 right now here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. Pays out every hour, but no hand is qualified. Aces full of kings or better. Aces full of kings or better. Must use both your hold cards. $10 button straddle from Chubbs. And 2 players are going to hit the ace. 1 player is going to hit the flush draw. Excuse me, 2 players hit the ace, 2 players hit the flush draw. We might see ourselves a big pot here as Goose leads out for 22 with his ace 9. Chubbs making the call with the ace 4. And Newbie with the jack high flush draw does the same. So 4 ways to the turn we go. 4 of clubs for fun. 2 players with an ace, 2 players with a flush draw. And you be picking up a pair to go with this flush draw. Might check raise, but I don't think his stack is big enough for that move to work. I think if he had more chips, a check raise would be a good move here. But as I said, I don't think he has enough chips. He only has $200 behind. So you do want to have some fold equity in this situation, even though you have a really big hand. A pair with a flush draw. The size of the pot compared to the size of your stack is just too small for you to get players to fold. So Newbie going to have to hit the flush or a jack, and he's going to miss. Everybody winding up with a pair on the river. Goose's ace is the best pair. And he's going to bet once again. Pretty big bet here, $200 bet, 200 into 268. So betting about 80% of the pot. Freddie Lay missing his flush draw, but hits a pair, but he knows the 6 is not good. And UB sees all those chips in the pot, sees that he has second pair, and is thinking about calling here. Getting a really good price. And looks like he's going to look them up and see the bad news. So that bet was enough to put Newbie all in. I do not know if he's going to rebuy. I know he has reloaded once tonight.
Oh, yeah, but honestly, I'm gonna try to the situation before.
So that pot should get Goose to the top of the leaderboard, and I don't think, yeah. So Goose does increase his stack. Now has over 1,500 in front of him, with a profit of over 1,000. RGV Striker up 1,000. CC Drew also in the green. T Rich up about 100. And Baker and Chubbs making a comeback.
Alexis,
So Newbie losing 600 tonight, so 2 buy-ins. I think he is done. We do have 3 players on the wait list. So I don't think that seat is going to be empty long.
Not once have they asked me to buy around.
Suited ace for Freddie Lay. And he does work at Frito-Lay. That is why he is going by Freddie Lay.
We've all been there, but
RGV Striker making the call, as is Baker, and we will see an 8-high flop. RGV Striker out flopping Freddie Lay. Bet 35. Quick call from Baker here. Freddie Lay does the same, and we still have 3 players. Going to see a jack of clubs on the turn. Baker checking. Oh, RGV Striker not done betting here. Betting 65, so about 40% of the pot. And Baker not ready to let go of his king high. He does have 2 live outs. He could hit a king or a queen, but there's that 4 again. We've been seeing the 4 show up a lot tonight. And Baker just giving up here, as he's not going to be able to call a bet with 4 high. RGV Striker putting out 670 and a quick vote for Baker. So seat open. We do have 3 players waited, so I'm sure, as I said, the seat will get filled pretty quick. And is RGV Striker up 1,100 now? RGV Striker's up 1,200. So Goose taking the lead 2 hands ago, and RGV Striker reclaiming the lead. Both of them up over $1,000 for the night. You can see Newbie. They still haven't taken him out of the system, so he might be coming back.
Yeah, but dude, they were down like 14. I was dead. What? They're only down 4. We bet 100. I took Tinder.
It's 3 only.
Nope. If you saw my hand, you would do the same. Yes.
Misma mano me dio este cabrón. Ahorita, lo que pasó ahorita me dio la misma.
Yeah, it looks like the Longhorns are up 10 points with 12 minutes to go. Jack high flop as Chubbs hits second pair, Fletcher hits bottom pair, and it does go check around. So somebody's taking the seat. I don't know if it is Newbie or not. So Newbie actually plays on the Hijack app.
Young guy, white complected, he has a suit. He's coming in? Yeah. Hello. Who's leaving? You played with him before. Who's leaving? Mark Boston. Mark Boston.
Yeah, so Newbie's not coming back. And we do have somebody taking the seat as Fletcher winds up with a straight here. That's the good news. The bad news is there is a straight on the board, a 4-card straight on the board, and there is also a flush. And Chubbs is going to represent the flush. He does have the 8 of diamonds in his hand. So Fletcher has too strong of a hand. I think Fletcher's going to call here. Fletcher has the straight. Chubbs was representing the straight or the flush, hoping his opponent had something like 2 pair and would be able to get rid of it. Oh, Chubbs is offering to show a card, and he shows the 8 of diamonds. So Chubbs showing the 8 of diamonds, which is not a card that Fletcher wanted to see, because it is possible that Chubbs has the flush that he is representing. Fletcher and Chubbs played a big hand earlier. I thought I was commentating, but I don't think it came out.
Thank you, Georgie.
I mean, I have a straight.
So Fletcher's showing his hand. He has not folded. The hand is live. These players are heads up. Fletcher does make the call, and Chubbs will muck.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, these guys played a big hand earlier where Fletcher put Chubbs all in on the river,
But I thought he was gonna call me.
and
so
Chubbs called
I
him
was
with
taking
10
a
high,
gamble.
and Chubbs was
You
good.
showed the perfect card.
No.
Just
I got it.
no, you.
But I was taking a gamble because I thought you were already gonna call me. So I'm taking a gamble as in.
Yeah, like you showed me that card and I vote.
If I show you a 4, you're gonna call me, but you're already gonna do it. So I gambled on
Well, if
drawing
no,
the 8.
So still showing newbie in seat
I took a
3.
gamble drawing on the 8.
He's going to lose 600 for the stream, but they will get his name changed out. And let us see who is taking UBC. It looks like they're coming in for the minimum, which is 300. That's the minimum for the stream. Minimum on the main floor is 100.
I think you left already.
Baker putting out a butted straddle.
I've been getting fucked on.
All right, so they took
That's
newbie out,
one of the reasons why I raised it.
and they're going to put in the new player.
Hello. 8, hello.
And it's going to be Alo. He's played on the stream before. I was going to say, I don't know if the cards are going to read since it's just showing 8 players at the table and 9 hands were dealt out. But they got that other player in there, and now the cards are reading.
I was just waiting. Good call, Fletcher.
Thank you, sir.
Look, you see, now they're pulling away. Baker.
So Alo with some suited connectors will make the $10 call.
No, I know.
Baker raising it up with his pocket pair.
Oh, that's a travel. Dude, stop.
Freddie Lay
That was a lot there.
getting short on chips, has less than 200 in the stack. We'll make the call with the clubs, and Alo makes the call with the spades. Baker out in front right now. Oh, and he's going to hit a 5.
956, John.
956.
How much?
I'm in.
Hey, you should have seen the hand now. Fletcher, if you smell poop, it's because of Fletcher.
I smell it, Carter.
Big bet here from Baker, and he will get some quick folds.
What did you make it?
118.
518, yes.
No, you have to hit.
Chinga tu puta madre.
So Baker would have hit the high hand.
Stop betting.
¿Y cuánto va a llegar?
Baker would have hit the high hand as it's $500.
Gracias a Dios. Gracias a Dios.
¿Quién hizo voto?
And that is why everybody
No, he was saying,
got loud.
He was saying there's like 4 photos up there. No, he was in that 4 gaming website.
So flop comes Jack 8, 5. I have a 5, right? 5, 7. I have 5, 7. Oh, this guy made it.
$10 button straddle from Freddie Lay, and T. Rich is going to be added to the button as part of the small blind game.
But it's 2 diamonds now.
2 diamonds.
So 10 to go. Action's going to be on Fletcher.
5, 6 of diamonds.
Yes, there's 2 diamonds.
And Jack 4 clubs.
Once again, the button on the chips are part of the small blind game. Fletcher makes the quick fold.
He bets. Who bets on the turn?
Chubbs with the Motown hand will get out of the way.
35 on the turn.
Alo, who just sat down, is going to play his second straight hand here with his pocket pair. Baker with the double down hand. Nice hand for blackjack, not so much so in poker, but he's going to try it out.
He tanked for a while.
T-Rich with the suited ace makes the call, and looks like CC Drew is going to put on a squeeze play here. So he sees the $10 straddle. He sees that 3 people caught the $10 straddle. He doesn't think they're very strong, so he is trying to squeeze his opponents out of the pot. And Goose wakes up with the real hand. Nice 3-bet here from Goose, taking it up to 180.
I'm like, bro, and I even say, like, you never bluff, you don't bluff.
CC Drew knows that he got caught.
Bro, you just said that.
Will he make the call to try to save face, or will he cut his losses?
How'd you do out there?
does have a suited king. Went from 55 to 180. Goose is going to take down the pot. CC Drew will cut his losses.
There you go. Goose doesn't do that without cameraderie.
Bucket.
Whoa!
And Goose does show the ace king.
No, I saw the king.
And CC Drew giving himself a pat on the back for making the fold as his king was not good.
Tens in the month.
No, you did not fold 10. Bro, y'all are deep as fuck though. You could have called.
So even though the blinds say 1-3, this game normally plays like a 5-10 game, like a 5-10 Vegas game. As these players love to gamble here in the Rio Grande Valley.
Tens, phony tens.
That sounds like spitting 10.
Are we playing after? Still?
I'm down. You gotta leave, right?
Pocket eights for Chubbs. He raises it to 15. RGV Stretcher just putting on the flat call with the suited ace, and that's going to bring along the 10-4 of Baker, the King-Jack offsuit of Freddie Lay, and even the 5 deuce from CC Drew, as this pot has built up to almost $100. And it's going to be a king high flop, 2 spades. Freddie Lay hitting the king. Baker hitting the flush draw. And Freddie Lay will be called Goose's bet, as Goose also hitting a pair.
We don't know. Hey, the comment here was that it over yet. Wait to see how many people say, hey,
Oh, trip nines for Goose on the turn. So Goose leading out with the worst hand on the flop, gets there on the turn, and let's see if he check raises. Oh, it is Baker putting on the raise.
Nah, but I think the people in the comments are gonna be like, hey, Fletcher, you pitch too low.
So Freddie Lay
That's not the Fletcher we know.
has the majority of his chips in this pot, and he's just going all in here.
Say that they're like, that's not the Fletcher we know.
People are not going to want to see the stream no more. How bad I'm focused.
Yeah, so Goose check raising the turn. Goose check raising the turn as Freddie Lay bet the turn. Baker called, and then Goose check raised. Freddie Lay had very few chips left. He decided to go with his king, and Baker has the flush draw making the call. There will be a side pot, which the dealer is taking care of right now, the Cajun Asian. So Baker gonna need to hit a spade. Freddie Lay gonna need to hit a king.
The inspiration that to get us.
Goose gonna be winning with the trip nines. And it looks like he's gonna put out another bet. Baker with the quick fold. Goose will show the nines. And that'll do it for Freddie Lay. So I do know that we had a list. So let's see if somebody takes the seat.
Luis, seat open. Come on.
Nobody's on the list?
Oh, yeah.
Never mind, Luis.
How do you do that? What's that? What? How do you do it?
So Goose up $1,500. He did win $2,500 on the stream Friday night.
Well, that's crazy, right?
So I mentioned it earlier. I don't know if they're still playing because they started at 6 o'clock, so they should be.
Hey, when he gets there, shoot it because he
Let's
won't
see
be a
if
pro.
they're still playing. Yeah, that they're still playing on the main channel. So the main channel, TCH Live Poker. Tonight is from TCH Social in Austin. They are playing Big O. They are playing Big O. That's 5-card high-low. We are playing on the secondary channel, which is Texas Card House, 3 different words. However, we will be playing on the main channel. We will be playing on the main channel on Friday. So yesterday, Dallas playing on TCH Live Poker, Texas Card House Dallas. Today, TCH Social Austin. Tomorrow, Texas Card House Houston. And then on Friday, we will be playing on the main channel. This is going to be a chop pot. Chop pot. Baker going to win $2. T-Rich going to win $1. All right, so somebody taking seat 8. And let's see who it's going to be. I think it's going to be Luis. Looks like he's coming in for $610. 613. And it is Luis. So Fletcher's real name is actually Luis. And now we have a Luis sitting next to him. No straddle this hand. RGV Striker will fold. Alo will do the same. Baker going to be making the call. Baker with the suited connectors.
Hey, y'all are lucky that I love doing this.
He makes sure the lineup's good and everything.
I promise you, partner. Y'all are lucky that I love doing this. If I didn't, I'm okay.
And Luis going to have some suited connectors. He will make the $3 call. So normally Luis would have to sit out a hand. However, since this is like a tournament where you can come in any position with the exception of the small blind, Luis will get dealt in here. And Chubbs putting on the squeeze play here with the 8 high. Baker making the call. Fletcher making the call. Fletcher actually has the best hand right now with queen high as we go to a flop. And Fletcher gonna hit top pair. Chubb's gonna hit bottom pair. Fletcher checks. Chubbs puts out the continuation bet to the tune of $40. Fletcher gonna be making the call here with second pair. And heads up to the turn. Fletcher checking again, hoping Chubbs checks behind. But Chubbs is going to continue on with a $120 bet. And that'll get the job done. Oh, RGV Striker ordering shots for the table.
I think you had like
¿Quién más quería chicken?
I knew it! I fucking knew it! I knew it was something like that. I knew it.
So I think I know the origin to everybody's name except Fletcher. I don't know where he got that from. So seat 1. Chubbs is not his real name, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory on why he goes by Chubbs. RGV Striker, when he was a kid playing video games, that was his online name that he used on the Xbox. Then Alo, that is short for Alejandro. Baker, he is a baker. T Rich, that is a combination of his first name and his last name. CC Drew, his real name's Andrew. Goes by Drew and is from the Corpus Christi area. Then you have Goose, and that's a play on his last name. His last name's Guzman. And then you have Luis. That's his real name. I mean, that's it. And like I said, Fletcher, I don't know the origin of why or how he got Fletcher.
But they would have liked the hero color you made on me. That's a good call.
And there's that 4 again. This time it doesn't change anything. I mentioned it earlier, but the production crew said they're going to try to put up the VPIP about every 5 hands or so. Haven't seen the VPIP in a while, so I'd imagine it'll be flashing up pretty soon here.
Hey, actually, Fletcher, now that we got Alo and Luis, I don't think it's going to break. It's going to break. It's not break because they're both leading. We'll be 7 minutes. We're breaking it? No. Oh, I hope so.
Hey, don't forget about the Hijack app. You can play poker online and earn real money. That's right. You could cash out at one of the 6 Texas Card House locations. Must be in the state of Texas to be able to play. Must be a member of the Texas Card House. But as I said, the great thing is you don't have to worry about going through a quote-unquote agent. You don't have to worry about getting half of your money sent to you at once. You can cash out at any time at any of the 6 Texas Card House locations.
It doesn't taste bad, I swear. It's one of the fruity ones.
That's the question I always have with apps.
Cheers to being stuck.
What?
And the dealer can get me out of this fucking shithole. Cheers. Cheers to be fucking up the dealer.
T-Rich with the 10s just calls the $20 raise from Baker as the table gets ready to take shots. Chubb's putting on the $10 straddle, and he's going to put out another $10 to make a call with the natural 9 as we are going 4 ways to an 8-high flop, 2 clubs. Alo flopping a flush draw and a straight draw. T-Rich with the overpair, and T-Rich is going to lead here. This is a real good check raise candidate for Alo. I don't think he's going to check raise here, but this is a nice hand to put in a check raise, as you do have 2 overcards to the board. You have a flush draw and a straight draw. You're not always going to hit your hand, so you kind of want to, or you can just turn it. So he hits the straight and the flush on the turn.
8:45 on their outside his shop. Calling Fletcher. Nothing. 9:15. Texting Fletcher. Nothing.
T-Rich going to continue on here. Now he has a straight draw and a flush draw. His flush draw is not good, and his straight draw is not good either, as Alo has hit the flush. And Alo just smooth calling here.
Everybody always talks about the early shit, right? What I've gone through the whole, hey, I'm going to Vegas tomorrow, bro. I need to take a puff, I need a haircut. I get a haircut. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's also a good thing though. Like maybe
The ace on the river might save T-Rich money, as his opponent could have had an ace-high flush draw and has now hit an ace, but Alo's not going to check it through. He's going to go all in. T-Rich with about, it's showing 252, but it looks like he has about 152 left. Oh, there we go. He's got more chips there, but T-Rich going to let it go. Like I said, that ace might have saved T-Rich's stack.
Waist down or no?
Recline back.
Hey, but you know what I do get? I get the fucking dick on my elbow though, for sure.
That's worth way more.
Bro, I explained
It's called prostitution.
Carter, it's funny that I'll be like, hey, move your dick away from me, bro.
It's called. Hey, but straight up, I will fuck with a barber that has a fucking blade right here tattooed on his neck.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
So somebody asking, or somebody guessing what Fletcher's, how he got his nickname. He sells arrows after haircuts. So Fletcher is a barber. So I don't know if that correlates.
He got this tattoo by one of the.
You're making nice to know, but hey, see, Angel, I respect it.
Your tattoo's punk.
Está bien feo, güey. I have one, güey.
You're a good take with me. You're a good take with me. Freddie was over there. This guy missed the money. Freddie just stayed. He stood there. You're going to stand up.
But I'm gonna show it to you, like, I need to fix it, man.
Who's that?
Hey. Just look how ugly it is, man. What is it? 3 letters. Yeah. What is it? That's it.
So Goose raising it up with the AC Doocy, and he is picking up calls from Chubbs, RGV Striker, and Alo making the call. Alo just went in the last 10, trying to make it 2 in a row here as we go 4 ways to a king high flop. Nobody with a king, nobody with a 7, nobody with spades.
Just because you come to your street and all this shit. Just because what?
Everybody gonna check.
Like, no, you're sucking up over there.
RGV Striker picking up a flush draw. Alo picking up a pair.
Me too.
And it's going to go check around to RGV Striker. And RGV Striker is going to put out about a half pot size bet here with his flush draw.
Try it when he takes off his shirt. Fucking tap.
And Chubbs thinks that RGV Striker is betting in position here. And he's going to take it down. So somebody asking about the nightlife here in the RGV.
What was that? I didn't have the queen of spades though. Seven queen?
So the card house is located in a little strip mall. So right next door there's a wing place, like literally right next door. It's called Stadium Wings. And the good part about them is they show all the UFC fights for free. They don't charge a cover. So whenever there's a UFC fight going on, essentially the entire parking lot is full. So that's right next door. And then right next to the strip mall is a walk-ons. So walk-ons. You don't know about walk-ons. It is it's a restaurant chain here in the South. Essentially, it's like a Cajun Hooters. So they serve Cajun food, and the waitresses are not wearing a ton of clothes. So that's the immediate nightlife around the TCH RGV here. And then Frankie Barra, who played on the stream on Friday, playing on the stream on Friday, reminded me that there is a gentleman's club down the road. So I would say 2.2 miles away.
Terry, you drinking with us?
Yes. Oh, man.
hard stuff.
The hard stuff on the rocks.
Seven calls.
Partner, it's on you, Kendrick.
Wow.
Yes, look at him.
I literally just Googled it, and it is 2.2 miles away. It's gross. Texas Card House, located at 403 West Trenton, to Tex-Mex Gentlemen's Club, 2.2 miles away, 6-mile drive.
Casado.
Yeah, man, we're in. We're in.
How much is the bet?
We were 100, but now we're doing 200.
Straight up?
Straight up.
Wait up, wait.
Straight up. Straight up.
Wait on.
Chubb's putting on the 3-bet with the pocket tens, and he picks up 2 callers. This pot is $333. Here comes the 3. Ooh, there's the jack. So gut shot for Baker, jack for Goose. And I don't know if Chubbs is going to put on a continuation bet here with the ace on the board. And he has no clubs in his hand either. Looks like he's going to put out the feeler bet. Betting just under half pot. Baker needed a 9, and he's going all in. Wow. And this might get Goose to fold. So Chubbs might get the worst hand to call and the best hand to fold here. Goose is thinking about it, has no backdoor outs. Maybe if there was one spade on the flop, he could consider this. But I think with 2 players in the hand here, one of them should have an ace. We can see none of them have the ace, and Goose has the best hand right now by far. 74% chance to win if he calls. Oh, Goose does make the call. So Baker looking for a 9. And Chubb's going to need a 10 as he did get out-flopped by Goose. Chubbs knows now that his 10s are no good. Thinks one of his opponents has an ace. That is not the case.
All right, we have one on in, heads up on the side.
So 9 or a 10 to change the percentages. Now Baker picks up a double gut shot. Now a queen will make him a straight. The queen will also make Chubbs a straight, so Chubbs stays at the 7%. Goose is now at 80%. And Goose is just going to check here now that a second overcard has come to his jack.
Hold on. Still action.
And he's going to win here. Baker is very anxious to show his hand, and the dealer letting him know that there is a side pot involved, as CC Drew taking advantage of the tableside massages here at the Texas Card House. $1 a minute. No reason for Chubbs to bluff here, although a bluff would have worked. So Goose winning $2,500 on our Friday stream, so about 5 days ago. And that is going to take his stack up to probably about 1,500. 1,500 profit. Let's see what it is. Probably more than that. Oh, wow. Goose, with that hand, he is now up over 2,000. So Goose went in 2,500 on Friday, and he is on pace to win another 2,500 today. Keep in mind, this is only a 1-3 game. The blinds are 1-3, even though it plays more like a 5-10 at a Vegas casino.
All right, $10 you had this week. $10.
I have
$10 you had this week.
15.74.
So Chubbs is adding on to his stack. And I think Baker's going to call it a night, as we still have just under an hour to go on tonight's stream. If you still have not hit the like button, make sure you do take care of that.
He brought a friend from Michigan. Since he was on the stream, he thought he can get his friend in the stream. But when I told him I can, he had to go. He rebought already, but I thought he was going to leave, but he's sitting down over there. They asked his friend if he wanted to play, and he said no.
Who's next?
I don't know. Floor or
So there is a seat available.
Open seat.
I do not know if there's anybody on the waiting list, but we will find out pretty quick here.
Open seat. If anybody wants to play.
Chubb's just losing the last hand with 10s, raising it up to 20 this hand. Alo calling with the suited connectors.
your money? You have a fucking whole tray of chips over there.
Just bring chips.
What if you win? You can just throw away your job.
Declan, look at somebody else there. Come
Bro,
on. Hey,
Declan, there's a lot of us that done it. Bro.
hey, Declan, somebody that's actually.
Fletcher flopping a flush draw with a pair.
Put the money in the line.
Chubbs flopping top pair. He was your pre-flop raiser, and he's going to continue on with the aggression. This is a perfect hand to check raise here. Let's see if Fletcher check raises. No, he just makes the call. Fletcher needed a 7, a 5, or a heart. 13 outs available, and he gets there right on the turn. Checks it again. And Chubb's going to put out another bet here. Drawn dead. $120 bet. Fletcher with 400 in his stack. Only has a 7-high flush draw. Might put in a raise here.
I got you.
Jack coming on the river. I think Chubbs is done betting this hand. And looks like Fletcher thinks the same because he's assembling a bet here. Looks like 125. Yeah, Fletcher betting 150 and Chubbs snap calling him. So Fletcher will take it down. And Fletcher, who began this hand down about $2,000, is going to make a little bit back here.
Hey, $10 that you had each week. $10 you had each week.
Small blind game still in effect.
Man, he's on too. What was it?
The two cards you told me to watch was
I had 9-8.
So I don't think anybody's going to take that final seat. I think we're going to finish off 8-handed. But we still have about an hour to go in tonight's stream. If you're just joining us, whoa. I think it's going to be a misdeal. Yes, it's a misdeal because they dealt him in.
Whoa! No, I had you out.
I was gonna go.
Oh, 55. 55. Hey, 55.
So we are playing 1-3 No Limit Texas Hold'em from the Texas Card House in the Rio Grande Valley, located in South Texas. We're 3 hours directly south of San Antonio. And action is going to be on Luis as he takes a drink from his Modelo.
Oh, no! Oh. Oh, that's up and down.
Fletcher limping with the deuces. Chubbs raising it up with big lick.
There it is.
Oh, baby.
Bang!
Corner. I'm calling cards. I'm
Hey.
calling shots.
I like this.
I hope they win.
Ooh, Texas lost the lead and they lost the game.
Mara, they've had the lead every time. Baker, lo siento más.
Stop, wait.
I took it every time that we were. Me and Fletcher again. Oh, this guy doesn't fold to my bets or what?
Jack high flop.
Oh,
I
wow.
won!
Time out.
Chubbs
Time out.
continuing on with the aggression. He knows that it is hard to hit a pair,
Nah.
and Fletcher will let it go. So Fletcher winning the previous pot. Chubbs winning this pot,
Look at what I got on the river.
but
Look at what I got on
the
river.
pot Chubbs won was a lot smaller.
Yeah.
The turn pairs the board.
No, you're gonna have to face the turn bet too.
I know. The turn pairs the board,
And dude, hold on, look.
and the river gets
If
it.
you call the turn bet and the river the deuce,
You're dunking off a lot.
350. Yeah, because
And looks like Alo might be getting ready for a tableside massage as well.
And then, yeah.
I would have, yeah.
Well, what are you betting on the turn?
120? Same thing I did last night.
Hey, you know what? I got like that. Over there.
Action is on Fletcher under the gun. That is UTG.
You don't do it. He took a deep breath in.
Let's go of his 6 high. Chubbs, who has raised 2 straight hands, will let his hand go.
It's okay.
Is it? Because
I got
T-Rich with the
I got
ace.
control of all y'all's fucking hair.
Sorry. Good luck with me.
Going to be raising it up to about 15.
You're gonna hit me up eventually.
You're right.
Yeah, eventually.
Oh,
And I'll remember that.
Goose calling with the ace 5.
I go like
And Luis does the same. So 3 ways to
I'm gonna tell you, hey, what
a $45 flop we go. T-Rich out in front right now, but Luis has the best equity.
trim it.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He does not manage it himself.
No, I said no.
T-Rich with the continuation bet. I don't think it's going to get Goose to fold as he has a gut shot. It will get Luis to fold.
Half at least.
And now we go heads up to a turn. Goose looking for a 5 or a 3 to take the lead. Instead, it's going to be an 8.
for sure.
No, his name's actually.
Probably going to go check.
His name, no, his name is actually. Yeah, he's Dominican. His name's actually Jameson.
It does go check.
Jameson.
And T-Rich going to be winning this pot if Goose does not bluff him. Goose can only win this pot by bluffing, and Goose is going to assemble a bet of 55. Don't think T-Rich is going to be able to call here. So Goose
We're just going to give him like that?
getting the bluff through, and he does show it. Oh, and he wins the small blind game. Yeah, so Goose winning the small blind game. Nice little bonus there for him. And he should be putting $5 on the button to restart the small blind game.
You would know, partner, if you play a hand.
I played a couple hands already.
Partner, he's locked it up
Dusty.
like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Farmer, he left to the bar to go pretend he's drinking. He went to Roadhouse to go pick up an order. Less than 5 minutes, it was 7.
Chubb's putting on the under the gun straddle to 6. So actually it's going to be on RGV Striker. Haven't heard from him in a while.
Yes. He's ready to go to casino.
He flew to Vegas to go check his room at the Palazzo. He came back. Like, come on.
All right, we
Yeah,
have
we're
a
in
$6 under the straddle.
On Friday. Fletcher's kind of ruining that right now.
No, yeah. I know y'all need a fucking haircut before y'all leave, right?
Partner, I don't
Is there a
give
tournament going on or
I
what?
don't give a fuck about a haircut.
Over there?
Yeah, in Vegas.
Oh. Yeah, there is actually.
Is that what y'all going for?
Derby, yeah.
It happened that we're going for that. But we weren't going for that.
Hey,
So
fly me out.
right on cue, RGV Striker raising it up to 27 with the Ace King.
Hey, fly me out.
Fletcher with the Jack 8. thinking about calling. He does not. Goose makes the call with the 7 deuce.
Look pitch, bro.
Stay loose. Stay play 7 deuce.
Heads up to the flop.
Roxy's gonna be here. We leave Friday, Roxy leaves Saturday.
And top
We're neat up at
2.
button, right?
Yes, 2 check.
Bro, why would you say the Palazzo? You know, it's not a casino.
I just.
You like the rooms?
There's not a casino, Palazzo?
The Palacio don't have a casino?
The Palazzo? The Palazzo or the Palazzo?
Palazzo.
No, it isn't.
As Venetian Palazzo?
At the Palazzo side, it's not casino, right? It's just rooms.
Hello?
Am I right?
There's no casino?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm thinking of something.
You're
What do you
thinking,
think about?
you're thinking of Aria and Vidara.
Yes. Sorry.
Vidara doesn't have.
Madara doesn't have
So RGB Striker gonna take it down.
They have nothing but rooms and restaurants and bars and things like that.
Yeah.
serious?
The Aria.
Well, I only stay at the
So,
plane. I don't know.
Juan Ramirez, the one that,
Yeah.
what's that name? He would love to stay at Vidara because during the double with me because there's no casino. So whenever he's going in his room and
He
he
doesn't gamble.
he busted from a tournament, cash, whatever. When he's going in his room, he won't stop at that.
No straddle this hand. Nobody in seat 4. Still empty.
Not really. We kind of like the fact that it's
Three
there.
to play.
We like
You
our
can make a
options.
little, you can make a little bit of money,
We
right?
like our options, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Or not gambling, thinking.
Why would you force that 3? Oh, because it was the shot.
Shit, one time when I went to
Folded around the goose has the 6-9,
I spent like
and he will be making the call from the cutoff. Luis does the same. Fletcher folded his small blind, and Chubbs put it on the squeeze play with the 7 deuce. And I think this is gonna work.
I was staying there.
And right as I say that, Goose is up over 2,000. He makes the call. Luis making the call as well.
I didn't gamble at the time, though. I didn't gamble at the time.
Once again, this is not GTO poker. This is ATC poker, as it's going to come jack high.
Yes, bro. I would much rather
So Luis with bottom pair.
much rather spend money
You need to be
drinking at
careful.
the time than fucking gambling.
You need to be careful. They
And Chubbs
spread it around.
bet him
At the
50.
time, I would much
6,
rather,
8, 9,
at the time, like drinking,
7.
because I didn't gamble. I didn't gamble.
Goose making the call 9 high.
So I went over
He
there
does have the best hand right now.
because I was going up to the room, and that was the only table that was loud. So I said,
That is an 8 on the turn, so Goose picking up a straight draw. Chubbs does as well. That is an 8 on the turn. There it is. It got corrected. This pot's almost $200, and these players have non-premium hands, and none of them have a pair. Goose is going to wind up with a pair. Chubbs has given up, waving the white flag. So Goose hitting a pair. He's going to check it down.
Wow, we're not playing that fucking game, Georgie.
Try it, man.
Hey, if I would tell you how many times I got that fucking hand tonight, bro, you'd be surprised. That's why I wanted to play it so bad. Bro,
Waiting for the VPIP to pop up. I know the production crew said they would pop it up about every 5 to 10 hands, and it's been a while.
You caught it even before that?
bro, I played that. I got in that hand 7
So
times.
while I wait for that, I will remind you about
You owe $5, please.
the March Monster Stack, and it's going to start in 2 days. $125 buy-in, $7,500 guaranteed for first. Top 12.5% of the players cash. Top 8% advance to day 2. You are allowed to bring your top 2 bags to day 2. So you can bag as many times as you want. You will bring your top 2 bags to the second day.
And you don't play a lot of hands. Maybe it ain't gonna. Huh? That's what I'm saying, yeah. Maybe it's not.
T-Rich with the ace-queen suited.
Oh.
He's going to raise it up. Picking up calls from Goose and Chubbs. And there are those 4s again. It does go check around to Goose, who does the same. T-Rich turning a flush draw and a straight draw, but Chubbs is going to put out a bluff with king high. T-Rich already has the chips cut out. He will be making the call. Goose leading a tray makes the call as well. Goose can chop the pot if the board pairs again. Or he can win the pot with a 6. That's kind of a dirty river as it gives T-Rich a straight. But Goose has the 6 high straight. T-Rich going to go all in. Goose making the snap call. And T-Rich cannot believe that Goose has a 6. And T-Rich is going to check out early tonight. So 2 seats open on the stream table. So we do stream every Wednesday night. We stream every Wednesday night and every Friday night. The players play on the stream from 7 to 11. There is a 15-minute delay built in, so we actually started streaming today at 7:17 Central Time, Texas time. We were streaming for about 30 or 40 minutes before I realized that my microphone was not on. So if you are rewatching this stream, the first 30 or 40 minutes, there is no commentating. So normally on Wednesdays, whenever the stream ends, these players normally stop playing. Whenever the stream stops playing, just because it is a work week. So most of the time, these players stop playing when the stream ends. It is the opposite on Friday nights. We stream on Friday nights on the main channel, TCH Live Poker. We stream from 7 to 11, and normally the game will go on for quite a while afterwards. Goes on for at least another 2 or 3 hours after the stream is over. Somebody's chips got knocked over, and it's probably Goose.
Because they were stacked so perfect, bro. So perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, Goose's chips got knocked over. He has a lot of red chips. He did change some of them out for green chips.
Oh, I'm a fucking tilt, man.
So I don't know how Goose's chips got knocked over.
Yes, because the members are already good. Yeah. It's on you.
I don't know if Goose did it himself or if he had help from Fletcher. But Fletcher is definitely not helping him restack them.
I know the action count too. I do.
Hey. Do you really? Yes. Yeah, like if it's fucking.
Just in case a mamada like that happens.
We're going 3 ways so far.
3 ways to a flop we go.
What's the amount?
So I had 15 in red. I had 8 in green, so that's 23.
Alright, you have
And
a
I
lot.
had 4. No, I had 19 in red, 8 in green, so that's 27. And
No, he has a lot.
46
No, I know, he has a lot.
in white.
Oh, 46 in white.
So whatever that fucking amount is.
You can't let me bluff at it or what?
What?
No, let me see. You showed you.
Chubb's going to make the bet in position and take it down. As RGV Striker still adjusting his hair.
Partner, I am so happy.
I mean, his favorite kicker has to be the Commander's kicker, right? Zane Gonzalez with the OCD. Yeah, so Goose
El juego.
with over 1,500 in red, which is one of the reasons they got knocked down. I don't know if it was on purpose or on accident. But Goose winning 2,500 last Friday night and is up 2,600 right now. RGB Striker up over 1,000. Fletcher down over 1,000.
Eight calls. Hey, chicken, what's up? Hey, chicken, what's up?
Right now?
One rating, sorry, 9 rating, 20. One fold. Two calls. Three, four.
$20 raise from Fletcher. Everybody making the call.
You can't say I have nothing to call and it's
3 players with aces. You can see RGB Striker actually has the best equity right now since 2 players have the exact same hand. And it's going to come jack high. So if this hand goes all the way to the river, we're probably going to be having a chop pot.
open seats. 2 open seats.
RGB Striker hitting the king now.
One. Seat opens one.
Hey, somebody give me a round of big red, bro.
What?
C2 bet.
I haven't eaten dinner, man.
35.
Go eat, George.
Are you drinking? He's not eating Donnie.
That is 100% true.
6 fold. 2, 3, 4.
So Goose still stacking his chips as they got knocked down. Going to be about 2,600. I mean, while he's doing this, he should probably color up some of those red. Although we have about half an hour left for the stream, so.
Yeah, I want to go see UCRGV baseball. Oh, Texas Card. That's what we saw the bus yesterday. Bro, UCRGV
Tomorrow here at we do have the final regular satellite into the Monster Stack. $20 to enter, 8 seats guaranteed. And then beginning on Friday, there will be a 9 p.m. turbo every day. 4 seats guaranteed.
You still haven't stacked up your shit?
It's gonna get even bigger after.
9 rating, 15.
What I'm gonna do, partner, I had a system over here with Drew.
1 fold.
I owe him a fucking big red round.
Wait, he's helping you? Yeah, look at this, not him over here. You don't know how to stack chips or what? He did it way faster than you did.
What's on you? 15.
I see 17,000 images of chips here. I'm fucking groggy right now with the damn giant coats that I'm making.
You want another one?
CC Drew raising it up with the suited king. And Fletcher calling with the suited connectors. RGV Striker going to fold the best hand. And we're going to go heads up to a $200 pot.
Baker has a friend that came from Michigan that wanted to play. I think Baker failed.
Okay with it.
Hey, is it heads
I'm
up?
okay with it.
Hold on. He failed to tell us that the buy-in was 300. If Baker comes and his friend wants to buy in 100, are y'all cool with it?
Yes. You guys gonna face this one?
No, because
If it brings Baker back.
Hey, pregunta a Baker que ahorita
If he buys it 100, I'm out.
en 13 minutos. Si él hizo medio que le habían hecho atrás.
So top pair for CC Drew. He does check it.
Que se acabe en 30 minutos. Pero, hey, cuando digamos los vamos a quedar jugando. Si quieres jugar.
Nah, I'm out.
We knew you were in.
Wow. I'm in there.
Give our family partner, we know.
So CC Drew taking it down.
Bro, sometimes I forget that you have a family. Like the way we gamble and like shit like that. I forget that.
Hey, bro.
I hope Isaac's on.
Hey, bro. Reno Lay is probably the highest paid. Oh, I want? Hell yeah.
So CC Drew in the green, as is Alo. Got the have and have nots. So Freddie Lay was sitting in seat 8. I believe he lost about at least a buy-in. UB losing 2 buy-ins. He was sitting in seat 3. And you can see seat 4 and 5 are also empty. So those numbers are not being shown right now, which is why
Well, that's your manager, right?
the green, the positives don't add up to the
Then he
negatives.
falls in second. I mean, third.
Did you fold?
I didn't get
Oh, yeah,
Hollow with the lines, just making the call as Chubbs takes it up to 15 with the king jack off. And we are going to a 49er flop. And there's the 4. 9 still out in front, only one overcard to worry about. And it's going to go check to Alo, but Alo checks it behind. Still a $49 pot, and RGV Striker putting out a bluff here that gets called immediately. Let's see if RGV Striker shuts down on the river if he misses. All 6 of his outs are available. Has 6 clean outs, but that's not it. Oh, he might bet again with this ace.
You mixed up or what?
No.
You put a carry out and it was a delivery?
No, it was delivery, pero era la primera vez que ordeno para ir. Porque como está bien rara la entrada, they always miss it. So I'm just checking it.
So Ala winding up with 3 pairs. It is the best hand. And it looks like he's going to call. And the 9s will take it down. Alo joining us tonight from Brownsville, about an hour away. Does have the distinction of being the largest city in the Rio Grande Valley. But the largest county is Hidalgo County. And the county seat of Hidalgo County is going to be Edinburg. That is also where the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley is located. Chubbs putting on the $6 straddle. Action will be on RGV Striker. Alo squeezing his hand. Just winning the last hand. Going to try to make it 2 in a row. CC Drew not at his seat. And Goose making the call on the button. The chips on top of the button are part of the small blind game. Luis with the king jack off, put it on the squeeze play here. And he's going to get immediately called by the ace jack of spades. Goose might call, and he does. Goose has been running really good tonight, so playing his button here. And Goose is going to hit a pair, top pair. Luis checking, Fletcher betting. About a third of the pot here. And Goose has top pair. He's going to be putting on a raise. Kind of a small raise. Looks like he takes it up to 80. So $50 more for Fletcher does have the suited king jack.
I'm $10 short. I can't call.
I saw your face. I'm sorry. I saw your
Can't call. I'm $10 short.
Fletcher says he can't call because he's $10 short. So he was willing to call with his red chips, but doesn't want to let go of the green chips. And then he changes his mind.
I was taking it with him, like.
Board pairing on the turn. Fletcher with the quick check. Goose does the same. To the river we go. It is a king. And it goes check, check. So Goose taking it down with the 8. Winding up with 2 pair. 8s and deuces with the king kicker. High hand going on right now, every day, Monday through Friday. It is the 3 pots of gold. So essentially it is $100 an hour with rollovers. So there is a qualifier, and that qualifier is aces full of kings or better. Must use both your cards. So that is the key. Must use both your cards and must be at least aces full of kings. So for that reason, a lot of times it rolls over. So the $100 becomes 200, becomes 300, becomes 500, and once it gets up to 1,000, then the second pot of gold will start filling up. The backup, the reserve. Top pair for RGV Striker, middle pair for Fletcher, and Chubb's missing everything. We'll check to RGV Striker, who puts out a $25 bet. Fletcher with the quick call, Chubb's getting out of the way, and Fletcher is left with 2 immediate outs. The 9s are gone, the 2 jacks are still left. So Fletcher does pick up more outs there, as now he can hit a flush holding the jack of clubs. And RGV Striker is going to charge him.
I told Fletcher one hand. Some guy next to me had pocket 4s. He ends up losing the hand or whatever, but he shows the hand. The next hand I get, I have 4.
Oh, Fletcher hitting one of the remaining 2 jacks. Does he check?
Look, hold on. I call the 50, whatever he made it.
He's going to bet about $100.
I told Fletcher, I have a theory.
So betting exactly half pot.
I have a theory, bro. And he's like, what's the theory? I was like, I'll tell you after the hand. Window card 4. Window card. Bro,
I think RGV Striker's going to pay him off. Fletcher does have a reputation. And I think RGV Striker's going to pay him off. I don't think it's a bad call, but I think he's going to pay him off.
Bro, I paid a lot pre-flop because of that.
RGV Striker really thinking about it. And like I said, probably going to pay him off. Sometimes Fletcher's going to have it. Sometimes he's not. This time Fletcher had it. Oh, Fletcher does win the small blind game. Let's see if they remind him about that.
Fletcher, remember that hand? I told you, I was like, I have a theory. You're like, what's the theory? I was like, I'll tell you after the hand.
So Fletcher did win the small blind game. Let's see if there we go. And he does have to put he does have to put the 5 on to restart it. There it is.
Buy shots with it. Buy shots with it, Fletcher. Huh? Buy shots with it.
Partner, you have to put, out of the 15, you have to put 5 back.
So no straddle this hand. The $5 on the button, part of the small blind game. Small blind wins the hand. Small blind gets the bonus. If not, $5 gets added to it the next hand. Action's going to be on Alo with the Yankees hat. Baseball season getting ready to start. Technically, it started as the Dodgers and Cubs played 2 games in Japan. It's kind of weird because they started their regular season, but spring training is still going on. And as a matter of fact, they're still playing spring training games. So they're going to come back from Japan, and there's still about a week's worth of spring training games. So kind of a weird deal. RGV Striker 3-betting to 33. And Fletcher trying to recruit somebody here for the live stream, as we do have 2 seats open, but we have about 20 minutes to go.
Stop. Redbeard, seat open.
Not that guy.
We know you're a cage right now.
So RGV Striker, who put on the 3-bet here, is going to hit middle pair, but he's going to check it to Fletcher, and Fletcher's going to bet.
Oh, shit, I didn't think my bad.
RGV Striker making the call to the turn we go. Fletcher's going to have to go runner to win this hand.
Or Wednesday. Tuesday or Wednesday.
Or he could just bluff. RGV Striker turn into pair. It's going to be hard for Fletcher to bluff. He does check. Any jack makes a straight. Backdoor flush got there.
You're really good.
Hey, real good.
Did you sing? I know.
So RGV striker, snap Colin Fletcher, and this time he was right. Last time he was wrong. This time he's right. Chubb's going to be adding $5 to the button as part of the small blind game.
Hey, fun fact.
And let's see. Yeah, and Chubbs is also putting on the $10 button straddle. So $10 button straddle, that is the chips in front of the button. Chips on top of the button, part of the small blind game. Action's going to be on RGV striker, as action does start to the left of the button. Does not jump the blinds. It is not a Mississippi straddle, not a Hard Rock straddle, not ultimate last action.
I was like, damn!
Man's partner from Alaska.
Partner, Wyoming, wherever the fuck it was. But they said that straight up.
Hey, baby.
It's a blade race.
How are you? Hey, this is my boy. Hey, this is some of the guys right here. I know Levi's, Chubbs, Drew.
Oh, looks like we do have somebody taking a seat. Fletcher was able to recruit somebody, the OG. The OG in the house.
Hey, yeah, we're on the live stream on YouTube. They're streaming on YouTube. If you want it, I mean, I don't know. I suggest
Luis picking up the ace king here, and he's going to be raising it up. Looks like 115. Might be a little bit too big, but the stream, there's less than half an hour to go on the stream, so maybe the players are in a gambling mood. So everybody going to fold, and the dealer will let the new player know about scanning the cards and everything. And as he does that, we will remind you about our big tournament coming up here, starting on Friday.
You've been playing here or what?
No, I flew in from Canada. I've been all across Texas last couple days.
Yeah, okay. I remember, yeah.
Wait, you're from Canada?
Yeah.
How the fuck do you Fletcher? You flying out there to cut his hair? Just let you know your hair. This is your scanner?
What the fuck? When I tell you I know you, bro.
So you can see the dealer letting him know that, hey, you got to scan the cards right here.
When I tell you I know everybody, I know everybody, bro. Come on.
Hey, you're one of those barbers.
So we have Monty. Monty in seat 4. And from what I'm told, Monty is from Canada. He's Canadian, eh?
Do they make any money? No.
Not really, bro.
No? How much?
That's what when people give me like suggestions and stuff like that, I'm like, bro, I mean, you gotta make it easy. 6'6" raises into
Yes, but see, that's the thing though. Like, maybe.
CC Drew. Suited Connectors taking it up to 45.
Part of the viewership has to go up.
Goose asking for the count. Makes the call.
Action's right here, guys.
He already said fold.
And Monty's going to be playing his first hand here with the King Jack off.
Then much people like tune in. Because if somebody tunes in and sees, you know what I'm saying?
But they see you. Alright, we got 3 players. Wyoming, nigga, they just want to see you.
No, but I'm saying if people tune in and they see the team.
Queen high flop. It is CC Drew hitting middle pair. So Monty jumping right into the fire here, taking the big blind, calling the raise.
I love Omaha.
Omaha? Oh, yeah.
CC Drew cutting out a big bet here.
You like my putts?
So that's over a pot-sized bet.
You play high-low?
Looks like 140 into 136.
He's gonna know.
Yeah, so basically a pot-sized bet here from CC Drew. Hoping nobody has a queen. And this is going to work.
Are you not scared? No, yeah. What the fuck is that?
8-7.
Hey, it's two to win, no?
So there's actually a decent amount of snowbirds, winter Texans that come down from the Midwest and parts of Canada down here to South Texas during the winter. Very, very cold winters here in the Rio Grande Valley. As a matter of fact, the temperatures were in the hundreds last week. Saturday, I think the temperature was 102.
We got the chips.
You don't have to stand up ever.
Why is it called the stand-up game?
It started like that, but they came up with a bright idea.
Luis with the suited ace going to be calling the straddle.
The last person that
Chubb's raising it up with the queen 9 offsuit.
everybody, whatever the fee that
RGV Striker just making the call with the pocket pair. Alo doing the same with his hand. Monty will let his hand go. Let's see what Alo has. Alo has king queen offsuit. CC Drew is the big blind. It's going to be another $37 to call. He's going to get out of the way. Goose did put on the straddle, but he's going to let the 10 deuce go.
What's Eastern time? Eastern time is what? 1 hour ahead of us. So if it's 2:50 Eastern time, it's
150 Central.
tomorrow's over.
So 4 ways to a flop we go. Chubb's raising it to 40, picking up 3 callers.
I'll take it.
Resort by City's called Conference by the City.
You know about Ocean Drive? Oh, damn. Big fish.
Is that what it is?
Well, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, he's
Well, it's like 30,000 a year in property taxes.
That's what
Maybe more.
So great flop for RGV Striker. Flops an overpair with an open ender. Luis has the same open ender.
Romeo, if you're watching, come get me.
So Luis needs an ace to take the lead. Does have a lot of chop outs. And that's not one of them. Still going to need a 4 or a 9. And it looks like he's still going to bet here. 125, RGV Striker still with the open ender. Going to be making the call. And to the river we go. Luis needed an ace for the win, a 4 or a 9 to chop. That's going to happen 17% of the time. And there's that 4 again. And Luis will move all in. Should be getting a quick call from RGV Striker, and we're going to have a chop pot. And they just came into the booth to let me know hand number 86 will be the last hand tonight. Hand number 86 will be the last hand tonight, as we have about another 10 to 15 minutes to go. So we will have 3 hands. Have 3 hands left. Not the witching hour, the witching quarter hour. As not always, but usually there's some crazy stuff that happens the last couple of hands of the stream, as players really loosen up their range, trying to book a win on the stream. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes they get stuck even more. So the dealer will chop up the pot. And it looks like we got a little action in the chat. Longest stream now, it's it's always a 4-hour stream, Jeff, but we do start at 7 p.m. We start at 7 p.m. So these players started playing at 7:02. We started streaming at 7:17 with a 15-minute delay. And we were streaming for about 30 or 40 minutes with no audio. I thought the microphone was on, but apparently it was not. So 3 hands to go tonight. Will somebody win a pot of bigger than $1,000? Fletcher raising it up with the Queen 9 offsuit to 15. RGV Striker making the call with the suited connectors. Monty doing the same with the Jack Deuce. And here comes the squeeze play from CC Drew. And Goose picking up an ace. Gonna look him up.
I don't know what we're doing.
Just talking about how there's always, not always, but usually crazy stuff happens towards the end of the stream. And they are ordering drinks as well.
Hey, hold on, wait.
So I thought these players were going to stop playing at the end of the stream, but by the looks of it, they might continue to play. RGV Striker going to make the call with his suited connectors. And that just might bring along Monty as he's closing the action. No, Monty gets out of the way. So 3 ways we go. $255 pot. Drew has the suited connectors. Has the best equity right now. He's going to be first to act. Goose with the ace high in the lead right now. And he's going to hit an ace. CC Drew going to hit a jack. $210 in the pot. Of course, that's the area codes in San Antonio. Used to be the area code down here last century. But now it's 956 down here.
Hey, you're in the makeshift, Fletch. Hey, that's what you're doing, wait. Hey, don't clean your funk, man. That's what it's going on. They are.
So Goose going to be betting $80.
Don't tell me that.
$70. So bets exactly a third of the pot. And a quick call from CC Drew. Doesn't have any backdoor outs, but he can hit a queen or a jack. There are 3 of them left. And now trips for Goose. CC Drew with the quick check. What does Goose do? Does he check behind? Doesn't have a diamond in his hand, so it looks like he's going to put out a pretty big bet here. Looks like 210, 215. So 215. Does CC Drew believe that Goose has an ace? Keep in mind, CC Drew did put on a pretty big bet pre-flop, and Goose called out of the big blind. So Goose is either usually going to have a pocket pair or an ace. This time he has the ace. CC Drew's drawing dead here. He's going to try to talk with Goose. And I don't think Goose is going to say anything. If he's drawn dead.
You come from the very top of the fucking map to the fucking bottom to fucking get the most money. To get the most money.
So Drew trying to figure it out here. As I said, he is drawn dead, and he's trying to get a read from Goose. Goose is going to let it, CC Drew's going to let it go. Let's see if Goose shows. Yeah, Goose does show. So 2 more hands to go.
What is he doing? So he's doing the wire for the hotel? Is that why he's all over the road? Bro, he's in Hawaii.
Can Goose get up to 3,000? Oh, his stack's already 3,000 with a 3,000 profit.
I just did 200 black service on one big
won,
yeah.
Hey, you won?
Yeah. Well, he's the one called. I was trying to come over here. He's like, hey.
So winning 3,000 in a 1-3 game. The blinds are 1-3. Plays more like a 5-10. But the blinds are 1-3. And Goose is $100 away from winning $3,000 tonight. Has 2 hands to go. RGB Striker with the 9s just makes the call. And looks like Monty is not here for a long time, but he's here for a good time.
What? I'll be right there. I'm in the hand.
So 5 ways to the flop we go. $76 in the middle. And it's going to come 9 high, 2 hearts. Top set for RGB Striker. Gut shot for Monty. CC Drew with top pair. And RGB Striker checking his top set. Monty with the gut shot. We'll check. And it's going to be a small bet here from CC Drew to 25 with his top pair. It shows that he's drawn dead, but that is immediate outs. He can go runner, runner. Monty with the gut shot. I think the gut shot's coming. Oh, it's a 7. So Monty picking up a pair to go with his straight draw. And RGB Striker going to put out a small $45 bet, which is going to get a quick call from Monty. And let's see if CC Drew's able to get away from his top pair. He does. So back-to-back nice folds from CC Drew. And Monty's going to need to hit a 6. Does not want to see a 5. Does not want to see a 7. Only a 6. Does not hit the 6. But it is a very scary board. RGB Striker going to put out the blocker bet here. 55. Monty obviously has no information on RGB Striker. Might just call here for information. And he's going to get the information. Pay him for the information. And we have 1 hand to go tonight. I don't know if CC Drew is in the green. Let's see. And Fletcher down 1,600. So last hand of the stream. Can Goose get to $3,000?
Get yourself right. Get yourself right, like in front of your stack and stuff. Move the racks. Because I'm gonna screenshot for like a thumbnail, like next time. Like your stack looks badass.
And what mine look like that?
So RGB Striker under the gun. Oh, actually Chubbs is under the gun.
Look, you can change it up as much as you want.
Alo with the ace king, making it 30.
I'm gonna try to find something that looks good. You can do different positions, whatever.
And Goose with the suited connectors, going to be calling in position here. Suited connectors also for Luis, who will be making the call. And Fletcher, who's in the big blind, going to be another $27 for him. And he's going to have the double down hand, the 9 deuce. Fletcher will let it go. And we will go 3 ways to a flop. Final flop of the night. Wow. Something for everybody. Top pair for Alo, flush draw for Goose, and second pair for Luis. Oh, Alo checking his ace. Goose checks as well. And there's trips for Alo.
Yes,
No, there's a button here. What do you mean?
King of spades on the river.
No, that's a what that is.
Wow, Alo checking his trips again.
What do you mean?
I didn't know they had that.
Yeah.
So Luis winding up with 3 pair. And he's going to bet $50 here. I think Alo's finally going to wake up and put in a raise or a bet.
Hey, can you put these on my tab? Yeah. Ya se va, no. Juan, ya se va a acabar. Ya se acabó.
There's the race.
¿Eh?
Race to 150. And Luis will let it go quickly. So that's the final hand. They're going to change out the deck as these are special cards that have computer chips. But let's see the final tally on the bottom there. Goose did not get to 3,000. But he is going to win 2,900 tonight. It is RGV Striker winning over 1,000. Alo and CC Drew winning about 200. Everybody else in the negative. Next stream will be on the main channel on Friday, TCH Live.